Good evening. I call this meeting to order at 5:04 PM. Present tonight, we have Director After, Director Nimmo, Director Kuhlenberg, and myself, Director DeFreitas. Thank you to our interpreter, meaning we have a quorum. Thank you to our interpreter, Astrid. Would you please share the interpretation instructions with our participants, and then we can turn on the interpretation function. Thank you. The first business in order is the approval of the agenda. Directors, are there any proposed changes to the agenda? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Our next agenda item is an executive session pursuant to section 24(6)-402 4EI CRS, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators, specifically as to the school district's contracts with Carbondale Community School and Two Rivers Community School, inviting Dr. Anna Cole, Dr. Park, Chief Chicoine, and Jonathan Landon. I would also like to note that Director Ramirez will likely join us in executive session. Do I have a motion to move into executive session?
I move that the Board of Education move into executive session pursuant to section 24-6 402 4EI CRS, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators, specifically as to the school district's contracts with Carbondale Community School and Two Rivers Community School, inviting Dr. Anna Cole, Dr. Park, Chief Chicoine, Jonathan Landon, and Director Ramirez.
Do I need to call a vote?
Second.
Oh, yeah. That was the second. No, that was a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Excellent. The board will now move into executive session. The time is 5:06 PM. Thanks. The time is 6:21 PM and the board has returned from executive session. Our next agenda item is our opening celebrations and updates by our superintendent, Dr. Anna Cole.
Good evening. Fun to have folks here and ready to engage on topics. Want to celebrate a couple things tonight and share some information about what's been going on in the district as we enter the heart of budget season in alignment with our strategic plan and strategic priority number 3, which is focused on operational excellence. We have a strategic initiative focused on financial excellence and really strengthening every member of our Roaring Fork Schools community, especially any of our constituents who have some oversight on our budget, to strengthen training and opportunities to grow folks' understanding and awareness of the budget. And so just want to appreciate our staff who have been engaging with what is now going to become weekly updates on the budget as it evolves over the next couple of weeks from Chief Chacoin. Folks have been checking out those videos, slide decks, sharing questions, and then we're also hosting every other week an online Q&A session for staff. So really want to thank staff who've engaged in that process and shown up at meetings and shared questions. It's helping us strengthen our communication, transparency, and building a stronger team to provide accountability and oversight on budget. So looking forward to keeping that work going and supporting that strategic priority. We also want to thank this week our partners youth entity and their leadership team, as well as nearly 100 community, nonprofit, business, local organization partners who met with students from all of our high schools yesterday as part of the 2026 Youth Entity Career Expo held at the Spring Valley campus at CMC. This is a youth entity really organizes this and coordinates it, but it's a massive lift from so many organizations across our community to make sure our students can learn about summer internships, job shadowing opportunities, summer job possibilities, and also just career and post-secondary career pathways. So thanks to Youth Entity for that work and all the school leaders and teachers and staff who accompanied students up to the job fair. And finally, want to celebrate the staff, students, and families of Basalt Elementary School as it was named a recipient of the Colorado Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award, which is an honor presented by the Colorado Department of Education to schools demonstrating exceptional student academic growth over time. The Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award recognizes schools whose results on the state school performance framework show significant improvement in student growth and progress that enable them to close achievement gaps. So a big shout out and congratulations to the BES Longhorn community for all the hard work and dedication that is resulting in really strong academic outcomes for students. Thanks.
Thanks. The next I'm lost on my screen. Give me 1 second. The next business in order is a budget update presentation from Chief Chacoin, after which each board member will have 2 minutes to share comments or ask questions.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go through this budget report and then we'll take questions and I'll just go ahead and start. Okay.
Pues vamos a
It is
empezar
the budget
este
report
reporte del
this
presupuesto y
time
si
around.
hubiera
It's on
preguntas,
everybody's mind. I mean, it's on
es
our
que está en la
principals'
cabeza de
minds as
todos,
they're really
desde
trying
los
to manage their
directores,
budgets
están
and
de verdad
looking at
intentando
declining enrollment
administrar el
and keeping,
presupuesto,
and there are some staff
ver
reductions
las
in here too.
matrículas.
And so
Hay
it's just something
algunos
that's really important, as
del personal que
Superintendent
también es
Cole
algo muy
said, is to make sure
importante,
that everybody is
estar
apprised of our budget. And that's why we're doing our staff Q&A to make sure, and
estamos
also
viendo las
staff
preguntas
updates
de los
weekly to make sure
funcionarios
that
y
we're
también
bringing
ver
everybody,
las
just
actualizaciones
up
de
to
manera de
date
saber
on
que
all the
todos
current
estén
happenings here.
actualizados de lo que está pasando
So,
actualmente aquí.
looking at outcomes for tonight
Pues
is increasing
mirando
budget
lo que
transparency
ha
and
pasado
financial
para esta noche de
projections
aumentar
and
la
foster
transparencia
meaningful
del
board
presupuesto y las
discussion.
proyecciones
And that's what I've
y
heard
tener un
my whole tenure
espacio para que
here.
la Junta
It's
pueda
really
discutir en
important for us
discusiones
to
de
engage
significado.
early and
Y
often
es muy
as a
importante que
board and as a
nosotros
community to make sure
siempre
that there's
como
enough
presupuesto
input from the
podemos
public, from the
juntarnos y
community,
ver
from the board,
lo que
and
quiere
making
decir
sure
la
that we get all the voices
comunidad,
in the room while we're
la
still working on the
Junta, que
budget.
todas las voces
So So
puedan
the
manifestarse
way we're
mientras
starting this
todavía
for this
trabajamos
evening
en
is
el,
to look
en
at
el
where we've
presupuesto.
come
La forma
from
como
with our
empezamos esta
past and
noche
with our present
es
and
ver
future
de dónde
finances and
venimos del
projections,
pasado, el presente y
looking
las
at anticipated
proyecciones
enrollment and revenue
futuras,
trends in the future,
ver,
and then
anticipar los
discussing the fiscal
matrículas
impacts for
y
26,
las
27,
entradas para el
where are we
futuro,
going to
el
be for
impacto
next year,
para
and what does that really
2026,
mean as far
27,
as
cómo
impacts
vamos a
next
estar el año
year,
que viene y
and
cómo va a
looking
ser
at salary
todo
and
esto,
benefit
el
trends,
impacto
including
para
health
el
insurance
próximo año,
costs being very
las
important,
tendencias de
and
salario y
strategies for
beneficios,
addressing the financial
los
impacts,
seguros de
because we don't
salud,
want to
las
just talk
estrategias
about all
para
these
lidiar
problems
con los
and like
impactos
not
financieros,
have any
porque
solutions
no
for them.
queremos hablar
So
de
we
todos esos
do have
problemas sin
some
dar
direction
ninguna
that
solución,
Superintendent
pero
Cole will
tenemos
talk about
algunas
as well,
direcciones que el
that we're looking
superintendente
to
Cole va
move
a
forward
discutir
with
también.
also,
Estamos
and looking at feedback and
mirando para el
questions.
futuro y lidiar, y también queremos
And
saber la
so
opinión
I'm
de
going to just
todos y
jump
preguntas.
into the
Voy
next
a de
slide.
una vez
So
entrar para
when
la
we
próxima
were
ilustración, pues
in
cuando estamos
our conversations
en la
for the
conversación
25-26 budget
para
year,
de
which is this current fiscal year
24-25,
from last spring, a
presupuesto
year
de este
ago,
año
we
fiscal
had to come up with
de la
7.8
primavera
million
pasada,
roughly
teníamos
in
7.8
saving
millones
strategies
más o
because of
menos
some
en
losses and gaps in our budget at
estrategias de
that point in
ahorros.
time. And this just shows just what I would call is our
Esto
level
muestra
one budget reductions
el
for
nivel número 1 de
24-25,
reducciones
so
de
that we can see
presupuesto de
that this is kind of when
24-25
we
para que se
started
pueda ver que es así más o
implementing
menos
budget
donde
cuts
empezamos a
is at this
implementar
point
los
and what we did
cortes
at that
de
time.
presupuesto es a este punto que hicimos a aquella época.
Is it? I don't know why it's. It doesn't seem to be working.
No parece que
La
está
battery.
funcionando la batería.
Oh, okay. There we go. Okay.
Aquí lo tenemos.
So then looking at 24-25 audited actual
Mirando
results of where we actually
la
landed
auditoría que se hizo de
is
24 y
ending reserves of
25,
15.7 million, which
el
sounds like a lot of
resultado
money, but
de
our minimum fund balance is 12 million.
15
And
millones,
that is
7,
at 10% plus 3%
eso es
Tabor emergency
10%
reserves.
más.
And that's very similar
Las
to what other
reservas
districts'
es
minimum
muy
fund balance
parecido
policies are. And we just
con
have
las
to,
políticas.
and it's really important to our state to watch
Es muy
this very
importante que
carefully
nuestro
also because we
estado
are
esté
kind
observando
of on
esto
our
con mucho
watch list.
cuidado porque
So we
estamos
just got to be thoughtful about
siendo
that.
observado. Tenemos que
But our
estar
unencumbered reserves are
tener eso en conciencia.
3.665 million. So the good news is for 24-25, we had some
Por
one-time
las reservas,
non-recurring savings, and this is from,
3.665
oh, it's
tenemos de
there. Okay. And then, anyway, so it's showing up,
Muestra
800,000 for self-insurance, favorable stop loss
1,000
payments.
de
So that helped the district as
autoseguro.
well as other
Esto ayudó
net
al
variances of
distrito,
$500,000. So that are also
también algunas
non-recurrent because of
variaciones
some
que
of the
pasaron
reductions we made.
por algunas de las reducciones que hicimos.
Okay. Then 25-26,
De
original budget
2025-26
reductions, and this
de
is
lo
what we
presupuesto
did.
original,
This is
las
kind of
reducciones fue lo
level
que
1, level
hicimos. Fue
2
esto, nivel
budget
1 y nivel
reductions
2,
for
las
the next
reducciones
year.
de
So
presupuesto para
8.1
el año que
million.
viene.
Some of these are
8.1
continuing
millones.
on the cuts that we
Algunos
did
de
for
esos están
24-25 into
siguiendo los
25-26
cortes que
because they are
hicimos de
recurring, but there are additional
24-25
cuts that were
y
incurred
26
during
porque
this
está
time.
siendo exigidos a cortes adicionales.
Go to the next, and then the DO strategies to
próxima.
reduce expenses.
Las
There was
estrategias
$1.8 million
para
that
reducir
was reduced for
despensas
25-26, and that just shows where we were at that point.
fueron reducidos
And
un gran
where this
monto.
left us is there was
Esto, ¿en qué
some
punto estamos
system-wide
ahora?
cuts, adjustments to
Hubo
school
cortes
resource
de
allocation
todo el
frameworks. We
sistema.
started the really deep work on school allocation
Se
frameworks at
ajustó
that
las
point.
alocaciones de
Cost
los
of living and
estudiantes de la
steps and
escuela.
lanes were preserved for 25-26, but there was no increases in salary schedules. They were held and frozen for both 24-25 and 25-26. Yeah. Looking at the next. And then estimated actual results for 25-26. Looks like we're gonna about be at a break even for this year. We had about $879,000 of negative reductions just because of our declining enrollment and because of additional charter school transfers and those kind of things. Okay, but we also have some one-time savings, such as the CCAP is not going to be reduced, which we originally thought it was going to be, and utilities at 300,000 from a warm winter. We're hoping to be able to save that, and we're hoping to achieve another 200,000 in favorable variances, but we're still working on that, on those numbers as we're finalizing the budgets. Okay, so the bottom line of this is that we've solved our internal financial issues. And now we have the external challenges of declining enrollment that are increasing health insurance and all of those kind of things that we need to focus on. So then we go to 26-27 budget discussion. So when I put this out, it's a little bit non-conventional, the way that I put out the 26-27 budget discussion. The reason why I do it this way is because we've already reviewed in detail in January and February the revenue estimates. And so the top two numbers, the 95.3 million and the 16.6 million of reduction from transfers to other funds, those we've already discussed. And then looking at carrying forward all of our expenditures as though we were spending everything the same as 25-26, that yields $83 million that we would need to spend. Then taking out budget carryovers, which are just one-time expenses that we don't want to show those in. I think that would be, yeah, we just have to take that out, which would leave us a net deficit of 2.4 million we need to solve for. And so we need to cut 2.4 million plus any additional costs, because the goal is a balanced budget, just to make sure that we are continuing to be good stewards. And I think that this board and we have shown that we're good stewards as we've gone through 24-25 and 25-26 and still being at that balanced budget. Okay. So the estimated additional expenses that we have seen that are going to need to go into the next year's budget. We have a little bit extra for sports. We had the budget cliff that we've been talking to the board about with the tech mill funds and some additional capital purchases that were used for recurring costs, but were put into a fund that had one-time available fund balance. And now that fund balance has depleted. And so now we need to spend that through our general fund. Some SSN paras, which are required through IEPs, and then additional retirement incentive costs. One time we're saying, because it's pretty much an affordability issue with being able to increase for that program. So we're calling that a one-time cost for right now. And then looking at the education lanes increases that were from all the increases that the certified staff had completed in their education credits. So that yields us to a $3.6 million deficit. And then if you add the steps and health insurance, if there was anything left for being able to negotiate based upon, then it will be a little higher than that. So if you go, let's see here. I'm going to go to the next slide. So this is really hard to read, but I'm just going to summarize it to say that, and I encourage the board to look at this as far as the exact reductions we have incurred. There are a lot of the ratios that were staying the same. There was a lot of deep work completed on the staffing ratios, and it was really determined that this is the right balance of reductions for this year. And then, because we don't want to go too deep with these schools. It's really hard to get to this level of cuts in 1 year. So we've just got to be really thoughtful of how we balance all this out. And so we came to about a break even after all of the reductions that are recommended there. And there's a lot of reductions in there that are administrative. There wasn't any sacred cows in the budget. Everybody was taking a non-salary haircut, and there was positions that were reduced on both administration as well as schools. Okay, but then the challenging part of the budget is I did add back this $1.7 million that we originally took out of the revenue of the budget, so that now we really don't have meaningful cuts in our budget right now from the legislature, and we know that that's a risk. So that's something that we're going to really have to monitor very carefully, so that we have this recurring funding available of $2,080,000 for staff for negotiations, for benefit increases, steps, increases in salary schedules, whatever they would choose to do. Now on a step, just so you're aware, it costs roughly 1.3 million. And if we were going to look at a 10.5% health insurance increase, which is what we did receive for the district, that would be roughly 1 million. So they're not going to quite be able to get to a health insurance cost and a step with that type of funding.
And sorry to
Yes.
interrupt, just real quick,
Fine.
for anyone in the audience having trouble seeing the slides, these are all available on our public agenda, so you're welcome to pull them up on your phone or your device or email them to yourselves. I know they're a little bit small right now, so feel free to just pull them up on whatever you brought with you.
Thank you. And this is a really good graphical depiction of what we were just talking about. We had the initial deficit of $3.4 million. And then we had the added deficit for some increases in steps and potentially for health insurance. And then the other thing I would say is that we have resolved and mitigated any of our self-inflicted, what we're calling self-inflicted budget issues, which is very true. And then what we did is we are being a bit more aggressive with our budget and what we think the legislature is going to cut to try to maintain our steps and health insurance for our employees to some level. Okay. So, budget estimate. So what I was saying earlier about some of the challenges in the budget is just the volatility of the legislature this year in the state. And this could yield up to a $2.8 million shortfall on our current budget, depending upon the level of cuts that are going to be implemented at the state. So we might have to come back to the table on these budget reductions. It's a challenging year. We don't usually need to do this, but this is one of the more difficult years that I've seen throughout my whole career, actually. And that just pretty much says the same thing, except for to add that we could, where the 2.8 million comes from is that would be if we lose, if we actually decline in enrollment further than what we think, or if the legislature cuts us further than we think, then, or some combination of those two things, then we could hold ourselves as a hold harmless school, meaning that the legislature previously set a floor of 24-25 funding in 25-26 and 26-27 that we couldn't go any lower than that. So it gives us a year before we would go further. So hopefully we don't get there, but that's why that is the floor. Okay. And so then this is just talking about the cumulative reductions. We're just at our third level of budget reductions at this point of time. So that and the reason why I'm starting to show levels of how many times we've cut is so that you could see how many times we've, as an executive team, as all the principals and the leaders of the organization, and as the school district, how many times we've been reviewing our budget to go through and see what there could be what would be the next layer. Okay. And 27, 28, and 28, 29, we may have another tough year in 27, 28, because I don't think the state legislature is through with their discussion of budget reductions. Number one, and number two is that we have another year potentially declining enrollment, and also our enrollment averaging is being reduced by the legislature every year by 1 year. So we've got another tough year for 27, 28, and hopefully in 28, 29, it's going to start to level, but we're in it for probably another year. And I hope I'm wrong, but that's just what all of the statistics are showing me. Okay, so the salary and the challenges with salary and benefits is preserving steps and lanes for 24, 25, and 26, as we've talked about. The inflation is outpacing our salary increases because we haven't seen salary schedule increases now. If we don't have a salary schedule increase in 26, 27, this will be the third year without a salary schedule increase. And we also have our health insurance increase outpacing salaries. So, okay. And this just shows the 10.5% increase that we received from CEBT, which is our health insurance provider. And that's on top of 35.4% increase in 25-26. So that's almost half, 50% increase in 2 years. So it's a big increase, and it's even more for those employee plus plans. So but I don't know what the negotiations is going to come up with as far as what they're going to make a recommendation of which plans we go with and how we fund those. That's really up to the negotiations group to come back to the board with. Okay. And Anna, would you want to talk about the next level strategies?
So much of our work thus far and that you heard from Chief Chacoin is really defensive and like, how do we make budget cuts? How do we, restrain spending and restrict our expenditures? We are also moving what feels like more proactive strategies forward to start to address some of these challenges. As the board is aware and many of our community members are aware, we've launched an exploratory committee looking at a mill levy override that would be a potential tax ballot initiative next fall. The role of the exploratory process is to develop a proposal to bring to the board, which would probably happen at the end of the summer. So the decision of whether we actually move in advance a ballot question to the November election is the board's ultimate decision, both on whether we bring something, the final ballot language, and the plan for spending should it pass. So we're continuing that work. We've started community meetings this week. We've got a website up as this work and as the proposal that we bring to you kind of evolves through some of these community outreach efforts. So we're getting after that as an opportunity to address some of these challenges. We're also carefully looking at enrollment trends. We know that overall we're declining enrollment. So is the entire country, certainly the state of Colorado. We see different communities noticing impacts and declines. It's unique rates, but we are definitely similar to many other mountain resort districts in the state of Colorado and some of the declines we're seeing. So these are consistent trends. We're watching carefully to see where our kids are going, and if there's ways to provide services and programs that might be able to recapture and reserve kids. And so one of the things we're looking at and starting to explore is the potential of offering a secondary online program as we see families starting to move to choose those kinds of learning environments. So more to come there, but just want to make sure that the board is aware that we are not solely in a defensive mode when it comes to budget challenges, but also trying to think creatively and differently of how we can use different strategies to address the challenges we're facing.
Okay, looking back at the budget development, one of the things that I also heard from the board last year is just taking a lot of the guesswork out of the budget development process and making sure to apprise you on what are our next steps. I mean, where do you guys get some more feedback and input on the budget as we go forward? So looking at late March through April, we're looking at additional detail and input. This is when we garner the majority of our input, and this is when we have the most ability to change our budget as we are starting to finalize things. And then looking at, let's see here. In April, we're going to look again at the FY27 draft revenues and expenditures for the general fund and start to really roll that up towards late April. Then in May is a continued general fund discussion and review of non-general funds. Early June, final board budget approval. So we'll have our first reading at the end of May and our second reading in June 10th. So that's what that looks like right now. Where we're at is we just closed the school budgets, but we're still finalizing some of those. We've got a couple little pieces out there that we're still working on, and looking at the department budgets are going to close on April 10th, pretty much right after spring break. And then we on the 15th of April, then Chief Bombach is going to be talking to you about the capital projects budget, and we have the full budget calendar linked in there as well. Okay. And that's it.
Thank you. Director After, would you like to begin?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Thank you both, and thanks for the 90 minutes we had in Finance Committee on Monday to go through this in detail. So I got a lot of my questions answered, but I have a few clarifying questions. But before that, I just wanted to say thanks for putting this together so thoroughly, but also I feel like really preparing the community for this. So as we talked about on Monday, over the last 12 to 18 months, I can see where you've staggered the cuts so that this hopefully isn't a huge surprise to anybody who's hearing about it tonight, because you've been preparing us for the last year plus on what cuts would look like once we got to this point that we're at now. So thank you for the prep work and the proactive communication over the last, during your whole tenure here, Christy. Really appreciate that. I do have some detailed questions about the retirement incentive line that you put in one of the slides, but I think it's probably too detailed to get into now. So I'll submit a board tracker request for that. So I'll try to do that by the end of the week. Excuse me. Just a couple of small questions. Anna, how many people attended or roughly have been attending the community meetings about the MLO?
We had a meeting at Basalt High School on Monday, and we're lucky to follow Basalt High School School Accountability Committee. So we kind of had a captive audience of about a dozen, I think, families who consistently attend the Basalt High School School Accountability Committee. So we kind of made them stay right where they were. And we had about 4 additional community members join for the MLO conversation. Last night in Glenwood, I think we had 2 and Director Ramirez there at the MLO meeting.
Okay.
So tomorrow night is right here in this room at 6:30 for that, this kind of first round of MLO community forums to share information. And we'll also be live streaming that. We'll record it and put it on our website.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Christy, how are we doing with the increased cost of transportation fuel that we've all been experiencing over the last 3 weeks? And how do you see, have you modeled out how that might impact our current fiscal year budget?
Thank you. That is a great question. That's a really huge question mark on what that looks like it's going to be, given all of the international situations that are happening right now. However, we just had a conversation actually with Chief Baumfuck a couple of days ago, and we did up that budget to reflect the additional cost that we were anticipating in that line item. So we believe that we have that covered now.
Okay.
So we had to shift things around at the last minute is pretty much what ended up happening.
Okay. Do you know, if you don't know this off the top of your head, that's fine, but do you know where you pulled that budget line from?
It was from a few
fuel.
Yeah, it was from a few different, I know we were talking about, the impacts of, school costs, related to, mileage for trips and how we were going to run those. So that was the conversation and a couple of other, smaller items.
Okay.
And we can be sure when we bring you that 26-27 budget specific to operations and transportation costs, I'll be sure to articulate where we found the savings to increase fuel, the cost for fuels.
Okay. Yeah, I was just also curious how you think about the volatility, but I saw there was a mention on one of the slides about savings from the unseasonably warm winter that we've been having. So energy savings, presumably in buildings, but I'm guessing that the new cost of transportation fuel is eating into those savings quite a bit.
Yeah, it will. We fortunately still had a fairly good size budget for that line item. We never really reduced that. So we were still seeing pretty high fuel costs last year, and those fuel costs had declined during this year. So we hadn't really built that decline into the budget, which was fortunate.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Director Ramirez?
Thank you, team. I was not able to join Finance Committee Monday, so I apologize for missing out on what I'm sure was a good conversation. I did have some questions that I wanted to make sure to ask. Specifically, I think even in going through the 26-27 general fund budget estimate, there was a bullet point anticipating small cuts, the 375. Is that separate from the 2.8 shortfall that we're anticipating?
It's included in that 2.8. So that's included in the 2.8. So it's really an additional 2.425 million we could be looking at. So so the total amount of cuts is between 0 and 2.8. It's a great clarification.
Thanks. And then on the reductions in expenses, I was going through the line items and there was just so much information in here. I just wanted to clarify, can you please express or explain, I guess, how some of those reductions were decided on? I know there was just some front office specialists and other things that I'm wondering, was that a team decision? Or how was that made?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I know I'm going to defer to Anna on a lot of the staffing allocation methodologies because that was a very robust discussion. I think some of the other conversations were surrounded around looking at and having conversation with the leadership team as well as the executive team and looking at budgets and budget managers and really brainstorming where we could see, you know, what our next level of cuts would be, and then looking at prioritizing what would have the least impact on students. But I'll go ahead and defer that to Anna on the staffing allocation side.
Let me try to give you a general thinking around this. A lot of our staffing reductions happen just in direct response to our numbers of students, and where we have, especially for school-based staff, where we're tied exactly to projected student enrollment for the number of FTE that we staff a school with. So some of those adjustments came simply from us running our standard formulas of school staff with declining numbers of students. So the bulk of the reductions in total full-time staff came from that. The additional decisions, like the front office specialist, was actually coming back to a previous agreed upon staffing level that had been expanded upon when we were rolling out the bilingual communications toolkit, which you'll remember was a couple of years ago. One of the things we recognized when we rolled that out was that we needed to increase, there was an expectation that every front office would be staffing bilingual staff at the front offices, and not all of our schools were. And so in order to provide a little bit of time to get that configuration right in our schools, we overstaffed some of our front offices. And so at this point, we pulled it back to kind of the core ratios that we had historically, feeling like schools now have had plenty of time and staffing cycles to make sure that the expectation of having bilingual staff in every front office is met. And it is. So that was really a returning to kind of former ratios. We also had reductions across our academic culture achievement team, our school health services or nursing team, that were similar to really getting tight on the purpose of our teams, on looking at comparable ratios. A lot of the decisions were made by hiring managers, department heads, finally stamped by executive team, ultimately will be in the budget for you to approve. I'm trying to think of any others. You know, and I would just name that our key goal, and Chisha Coyne mentioned this, when it comes to making reductions, especially with staffing, our goal is always to make reductions at a level at which we can manage that for the most part through attrition, resignation, retirement, non-renewal. Because if we end up having to significantly reduce staffing numbers, we're bound by TECTA and different state law to actually hold, you know, our tenured teachers have protections. So we can't, you know, even if we displace our folks, a certified teacher who's tenured loses their position, we continue to provide them a position for the next year at their same rate. We try to find a place for somebody to land that fits and works. But we try to really temper any sort of reduction at a pace that attrition can manage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so on that same sheet at the bottom, one-time funding, it says FRC one-time funding, revenue, retirement, incentive addition. Are we saying that is coming back to the district? That's a savings for the district that we're using towards?
From FRC, yes. Because what happens is that we commit to, as a district, staffing every school with a bilingual bicultural family liaison. It's a critical core piece of our work and how we make sure that we're supporting students and their families. And that team, our Family Resource Center team, does a phenomenal job of grant funding. And so although we want to make sure every year we are committing dollars so that grant funding dries up, we don't lose staffing, we don't lose position, we don't lose core services. There are years when the team has done a great job with grant funding and the funds are there and we can allocate them to positions, which ultimately saves the district funding. And that's what's happened now 2 years in a row. So we want to make sure that we honor and hold that commitment to those staffing ratios and support the team as they're going after a ton of grants, which they have been continually pretty successful. So creating savings. So really what it does, it doesn't come back to us. When you think of that slide that you've seen already with, that Chief Chacoin has brought to you with all the very small text, where we talk about our first projections of revenues and general fund transfers. It's actually a reduction in a general fund transfer because we would transfer dollars over to the fund that supports the FRC, but it'll reduce the amount of dollars we have to transfer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just
Okay.
wanted to clarify. So it's one-time funding for the FRC and the retirement incentive.
Retirement incentives on its own.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was we couldn't go any further, just what Superintendent was talking about in relation to additional recurring budget cuts, such as additional positions. And so that was the way we funded it one time, as we're still talking about this policy and how we're going to fund it in the future. We didn't know how we could fund those additional dollars on a recurring basis without too much of an impact.
And on that same sheet, on the bottom of the last line, it says one-time funding 33,555. It just says one-time funding. Is that a grant? Is that revenue we just found?
That is the 400,000 minus the 366. That's the differential of the 33. And so that is part of what we would be utilizing for our non-salary, but like for other one-time costs, that's pretty negligible in our $95 million budget. And the $2,080,000 is the recurring dollars that we have available for additional salaries and health insurance and that kind of thing. And that's why we differentiate the two, to show what is available for those types of funding situations.
Okay, thank you.
You're quite welcome.
It's all compacted, so I had no idea what that number was referring to.
That's good.
I also just on the strategies to reduce expenses, I just wanted to clarify. So we have, these are the strategies the team is saying we're going to be doing for the 26-27 year. Are all of these are they starting to take place? Are we solidifying them within the next? Okay, thank you so much. That's it.
Thanks. Director Kuhlenberg, you're up next. Before we do that, let's fight the acronym urge as much as we can, since we have an audience tonight. So FRC, all of everything that we're used to just throwing around, let's take the syllables and spell it out. Thanks.
Thank you for the comprehensive update and the schedule that we're on this year that is allowing us to engage in this way and the public to engage in this way. As I've said over the last few meetings, this is something that we've pushed for, and to see it happening at a time when it needs to be happening, like now, when we need to be having thoughtful discussions and making tough decisions like these, I think is critical. So I'm grateful for all of that work, because I know it wasn't easy to get us here. And really, my only question that I have is for the board and for the public is, can you describe the timeline for when the legislature will actually give us our final funding formula? Because that is another huge constraint that we have, and we can put all this work in and make all of these projections. And then I think it's important that we all understand that that can shift and when that can shift and the pressure that puts us under.
Thank you. In this one, and the legislature does this pretty frequently in putting us in this kind of a pressure cooker, if you will. Because of the time constraints of when we have to complete our budget. But this year is pretty exceptional because they don't have very good, being in the state, does not have very good economic forecast data that they were working off of, because they had some delays at the federal levels and things like that were causing some problems with them getting good economic forecast data as well. So that has compounded this problem. And they're looking at getting that economic forecast data pretty much when we're on our spring break. And so then what we anticipate happening is after that period of time, right in April, that they're going to have this whole flurry of information coming out and potential budget cuts and conversation and, feedback and all this loop and all this kind of stuff. And they could not, it's possible that we won't know until May what that looks like. Or hopefully early May. And we may need to make some presumptions based upon what people are currently talking about even while we finalize our budget.
Thank you. I think from my seat, I would just want to encourage that even if we are in May, we make sure that there's time for the public and the board to engage, because we know what that's like to be under pressure to do that. And it's easy to make the decision and move on, but just ensuring that we build in some time at the end of the year when it already is busy, because these are massive decisions and potentially shifts in our system. So that would be my last comment on that. Thanks.
Director Nemo? Yeah, turn my, sorry.
To me. There it is.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for all the work that you have done and that you are doing. This is all still very new to me, and I've been plucking away at it and trying to figure it all out. So I just have some, I think, just some hopefully really simple questions. What does revision to roles, calendar revision, scope, what does that mean?
Sure. In our efforts to reduce expenditures, we looked at some of our, especially district office roles and folks that were working on like a year-round calendar, and kind of asked in the world of actually reached out to a lot of employees and said, do you think you could get your key work done on a reduced calendar with a reduced salary? Would you be interested in that? And we had a couple of folks take us up on it and say, yeah, we would be interested in that. We think we could do the core work that we do on a 11-month, it's not quite what we call our calendars, but like an 11-month or a 10-month calendar. So we had some savings that way. I mean, one of the consequences of that is that if, given where we are now, that if you come up to this district office in July, there won't be a front office person there. If you have an appointment or a meeting with somebody, they'll meet you there and get you in the building. But we won't be open for business in July for a couple of weeks in an effort to have some savings. So we did those kinds of adjustments to some of our roles and job positions.
Aha. Okay, what else?
You'll also notice in the reduction of roles, Jonathan Landon is managing 16 different things at a board meeting by himself, where we used to have 2 people. So that was also part of consolidation of scope of work and trying to, we're asking staff to do more with less.
Okay, and adjustment, thank you. That makes sense. I would have never come up with that on my own. Adjustments to school resource allocation frameworks.
Yeah, great question. So we have this really interesting, and I think unique, every school district does a little bit different of how do you fund and staff schools. And so we have what I would call a school resource allocation framework, or the process we use to develop a school's staffing and budget. And it has a number of ratios that then turn into numbers of certified teachers, numbers of paraprofessionals, numbers of special education staff, numbers of administrators that then move into schools. And then there's additional investments that we make that might have to do with Title I funding, like special student populations, special education, emerging bilingual students, a percentage of students who come from families whose income is beneath the federal poverty level. Then we have all these different adjustments. There's additional allocations that we make in elementary schools for small class sizes in kindergarten, and then in kindergarten through 3rd grade. It's this really kind of complicated process or allocation framework that results in every school leader getting what Chief Chicoine would articulate as their budget, but is also kind of a staffing plan that then they build. And some of the things that we really haven't adjusted some of the core ratios as we've gone through the last 2 years, but we have adjusted some small things, like for instance, and this is when we talk about school resource allocation adjustments. One of the things that we did was we had some subtle reallocations of how we allocate Title I dollars to schools to make sure the schools with the highest percentage of free and reduced lunch eligible kids and families are getting additional dollars. We used to have what we called a small school allocation, which was you'd run those staffing numbers, and then we would say, okay, if your school has a population less than 400 kids, you get an extra teacher, just because it gets really hard at a small school to be able to offer all the things. Well, one of the things we realized 2 years ago was just about every one of our schools was getting close to that number. And so it really wasn't a small school allocation anymore. It was just a general allocation. So we moved that threshold to 350 students. And we talked about further reductions because we now have a number of schools heading towards 350. So it's those kinds of adjustments would be the kind of things that fall under that umbrella of adjustments to our school resource allocation framework. And I would also name that we continue to be doing very, I think, meaningful and courageous and difficult work with our interest-based bargaining teams to really scrutinize those ratios and frameworks right now where they are, knowing where we're headed and knowing that we really need to be able to evaluate every investment against, are our kids getting what they need from this investment? Is this investment in staffing or programs having the desired outcomes that we want? And if not, how do we adjust that allocation of resources to better serve kids, to better save funding, to streamline what we do and focus on core work? And so that is ongoing work that we continue to work on with our employees. So more to come on that probably in the next year.
Okay. That's all for me.
Once again, just echoing colleagues' appreciation for the effort in bringing us to this point, making sure we maintain transparency and timeliness. And I just wanted to elevate some of the nudges that were already mentioned. Thank you for diving into the decision-making process around that particular slide with the reductions that we have right now. It is a lot of moving pieces with a lot of input, and I was just wondering, you just mentioned the IBB process a little bit, but between the decisions that you have listed on the 26-27's reductions page, as well as the discussion around the retirement incentive decision, can you lay out that timeline and the role of the board going forward? So the one is the slide and then the other one's the retirement incentive.
What was the first one?
Just you answered it from Director Ramirez's question about how those were made, but could you lay out how those interplay with the IBB or the interest-based bargaining process?
Sure. We make our best decisions, especially when they're complicated and difficult, by having a variety of viewpoints at the table, because we are, a small group of folks that need to get other eyes on complicated challenges and complicated solutions. The retirement incentive is absolutely one of those complicated things. It was an incentive that we created in the early 2000s in an effort to find some savings, have some benefits for retirees. And for a long time, it was paid for by the cost of folks who were long tenured in the district and paid a lot retiring. And they got this nice bonus upon departure. And then when we replace that position, often with a first-year teacher or new teacher, there's significant savings that could pay for that retirement benefit. What we've seen in subsequent years is that not only is it not budget neutral any longer, because for a variety of reasons, I think part of it is that we tend we're not hiring as many teachers as we used to. And we are actually also hiring more experienced teachers. It's rare that we get a new teacher to us is a new teacher to the field. I think we're really lucky that way. And so what's happened was the cost of that benefit has stopped being something that was budget neutral and actually become something that's quite volatile and unpredictable. And so we've had years where we budgeted $300,000 and far surpassed that. We had years, this is all pre-Chief Chicoine, I want to name. We had years where it was missed entirely from the budget. Some of you were here, you remember us coming back to you and going, this was $688,000 that we totally missed in the budget. And it's what we've seen as it climb. And so you can see this year, we're projecting it to be around $966,000. So where we're at with this is we look at every cost and we're looking at every expenditure really critically, is I think what we've identified as two key things is that we have an interest first in really honoring our current long-term tenured staff, because this retirement incentive is anybody who's worked with us for 15 consecutive years or more is eligible for it upon retirement. So first is that we have a real interest in honoring our current long-serving tenured staff who are counting on this to have it the commitment be honored. These are folks that have been working with us for a long time. They've known about this. And especially, I will just name, when you're within probably 3 to 5 to 7 years of retirement, you start to pay attention to these sorts of things pretty critically. They play into your decision-making. They play into your budgets. And so we have an interest in honoring the current long-serving staff in looking at this plan. And we also have an interest in addressing and transforming the plan so that it's less volatile, more predictable, and frankly, could potentially have a stronger lifetime benefit for staff if we are able to take the dollars we're allocating to this one-time bonus and infuse it in our salary schedules at a 15+ year step. Because then what would happen is it would increase potentially a staff member's highest average salary, which is a big stinking deal, in the way your para long-term benefits are calculated. So those are kind of our interests, and what we're hoping to do is really, I think, around, and I think the other interest is then to find a collaborative solution. How do we both address the volatility of this and transform it to support staff without pulling the rug out from folks who have this in their 3-year plan? And how do we do it in a way that's thoughtful, that's clear, and that feels collaborative? And so we're hoping to continue to engage with our interest-based bargaining representatives. We had a great conversation with our classified interest-based bargaining team today about it. Director Ramirez was there. And it was interesting because we heard from, in particular, one staff member who's planning to retire, counting on this, saying, I wish this had been in my highest average salary for the last 5 years. I know exactly what my para plan is going to be. And he was also saying, please don't take this away right now because I'm counting on it. But, what we have heard from staff is they understand the interest, but how we do it, the why, the when we do it really, really matters. And so we really need to continue the work with our interest-based bargaining teams. My personal deadline for the board would be, by the time we move forward this budget, I would like to have a proposal ready for all of you to name how we're going to address this, whether that's a 3-year, a 5-year plan, to transform this, what feels like right now, a very volatile investment, to something that feels more predictable and sustainable. So that's our hope in that work. And I think we have a lot of interest and have had some great, I mentioned the Q&A sessions that Chief Chicoine and I have been holding, and Chief Brockman's been part of those as well. And we have some real interest from staff who are willing to work on this with us. And so really looking forward to continuing that and hopefully bringing you a plan by the end of the year.
And will that be, thank you. That was very helpful. Will that be a part of the interest-based bargaining presentation that we get at our next meeting?
I don't know with the next meeting. It was your meeting. Your certified interest-based bargaining is next Tuesday. And I was like,
no, next board meeting. Yeah.
I mean, that's a great goal for us. And I think that was pretty close because that next board meeting is April 15th. I think it'd be a great goal for us, at least for an update on where we're at with the process and maybe how close we are with the plan.
Yeah. And the interest-based bargaining input is going to be really important to come to that consensus, especially with the certified staff moving forward. I also just had a question quickly about CCAP, and I looked up its Colorado Child Care Assistance Program for Families. Make sure I have that on the tip of my tongue. We didn't see the reduction this time. Do we expect that grace to continue, or is it still potentially on the chopping block? Do you have any crystal ball for its future?
So so these were the federal dollars that were temporarily withheld from a couple of key states in January. And so when we were preparing our amended current year budget, this was this funding was going to be withheld from the district. So we included it in the amended budget, but then it was reinstated until the end of May. I have not heard any updates on this from the federal or local level. I think everyone said, the funding has been reinstated till May, but we'll keep you posted because it definitely is a key lever in helping us achieve our goals in early childhood access. We have a huge number of families that benefit from that funding.
And then just one other thing on that list of specific items that have been reduced. I saw the pre-K tuition. We are still addressing that decision in the next meeting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. We now have 5 minutes for open discussion.
I did want to make a request, and I think if we are bringing back another budget discussion, your slide 8 for the original budget reductions, we have a slide like that, similar for the 24-25 year with a projected losses and gaps in the plan to address. Can you guys bring back something for the 26-27 school year similar to that? I think it would be helpful to see it bulleted out and laid out in that way, because it's kind of, we're piecemealing a little bit with all the information. Okay. Thank you.
Something where does that make sense?
I'll look it up to see and if I have any questions about it, I'll reach out.
Thank you. Does that sound good?
Perfect.
Okay.
All right, well, more to come on the budget for sure. Thank you all. At this time, we welcome members,
Madam Chairman,
at this time, we welcome members of the public who have signed up to address the board. There were 11 speakers who signed up prior to our meeting, and then we had the last 4 spaces filled up, which I, as chair, I'm happy to call up tonight, unless any of my fellow directors see an issue to that, seeing as they signed up before 6:15. Thank you. The board allots 45 minutes for public comment. To respect the time of all who are present, speakers are to limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. Reminder to all speakers to uphold our procedures for public comment. We ask you to be thoughtful, constructive with your comments, and thank you in advance for sharing your feedback. Members of the public who wish to share their views with the board may do so in writing at any time. For this evening's public comment, we received 4 written comments. Our first speaker is Kath Adams, who is not present this evening. Our next speaker is James Stanberry.
I'm tuning my hearing aids in. Give me just a second, please. That's better. Oh. My name, can you guys hear me? My name's Mike Stanberry, James M. I've been in the Valley since 1967. I can remember when Willits was hayfields. And anyway, all of my kids went through K through 12 Basalt schools, which treated them very well, and they've all done well. My daughters were in a sex education class at Basalt High. The teacher lost control of the class, and it was very ugly. And I complained to Mike Costanza. Anyhow, I would say that teaching is a highly regarded occupation. When you guys, teachers, get to heaven, you're going to be in the upper crust because of the influence you've had and the care you've given to the people entrusted to you. This curriculum I'm going to be speaking on several years ago when this curriculum was accepted, we opposed it, and was passed anyway. It fosters with information they aren't mature enough to process, more than they need to have this information and kindergarten. That's insane. It's insidious. It's foisted on them by people who are supposed to love them and care for them. It's wrong. It's not only short-sighted, but wrong. It damages our very dearest heritage of children. In what world? I think it's right to let children make decisions from which there is no turning back. A good question would be asking yourselves, who's pushing this agenda? Who's pushing it? Are you guys being used to institute something that is so bankrupt and wrong?
Thank you, Mike.
And they're calling it the normal curriculum.
Mike, thank you so much. We're going to have to make time for other speakers. I appreciate it. Thank you for your comment.
I'm not,
Thank you for your comment.
my time is up. Okay, I got my 3. Okay, well, thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Our next speaker tonight is Michaela Idmer.
She's here.
Michaela? Thank you.
I know this is on the agenda next time, but I don't know if I'm able to make it. So I just wanted to come in person. So my name is Michaela Idmer-Ketpura, and I'm here as a longtime youth advocate in our valley, serving kids 0 to 18 in various roles and as a parent of 2 kids who go to Basalt. I would like you to please reconsider the proposed 26-27 early childhood tuition increases. Balancing district budget pressures by passing even more costs onto families and educators who are already being priced out of the valley would be a grave misstep. When early childhood becomes less affordable, families leave or don't move here at all, which accelerates the enrollment decline we're already facing across the district, including K through 12. It becomes a self-defeating cycle of higher costs, fewer families, lower enrollment, less funding, back to higher costs. I understand the stated goals, aligning rates with local providers, reducing general fund transfers, improving early childhood teacher compensation, and maintaining quality. Those are real priorities, and teacher pay must improve. But increases of this magnitude, 5 to 35% based on the school, in 1 year risk turning early childhood into a program that only works for higher income individuals and households, while everyone else is pushed into patchwork care, long commutes, or leaving the valley. And comparable to local providers isn't a meaningful benchmark for me in a region where the market is already unaffordable for the workforce that keeps our community running. Many of us barely afford this program, but don't qualify for benefits like CCAP or Kids First. I'm also concerned about shifting the sliding scale into a benefits navigation approach through the Family Resource Center. Connecting employees to resources can help, but it shouldn't replace the district's responsibility to keep early childhood affordable for its own workforce. Asking staff to cobble together public benefits just to make working here possible undermines retention and stability for kids. Early childhood education is essential infrastructure. It's the highest leverage window for brain development and school readiness, and it's one of the most effective 2-generation investments we have because it supports children and stabilizes families. But access determines impact. If families can't afford it, the benefits concentrate among higher income households and equity gaps grow. Before moving forward, please provide a clear public affordability and enrollment impact analysis and put additional options on the table. Phased in increases, a stronger sliding scale, and a transparent plan for how new revenue will translate into compensation without pricing families out. And please address why other funding sources don't appear to have been fully pursued first, including grants, philanthropic partnerships, and the technical support school teams need to become grant ready and competitive. Early childhood is essential to our community and our K through 12 system, not a luxury add-on. And I do want to say that my children, one is in 4th grade, so she is not affected by this. And my 4-year-old will be receiving UPK next year, so not affected. But just fundamentally, I feel like we got to work on this. And I'm not a teacher, so thank you, guys.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Jamie Gosha.
My name is Jamie Gosha. Both of my kids attended school in RE1, and I live in Glenwood and own a home in Carbondale. At the last meeting, I spoke in opposition to the inappropriate and explicit sex education curriculum that was implemented by this district, and along with dozens of concerned parents and community stakeholders, asked that it be removed from our schools. This board issued a statement that the curriculum will not be removed from our schools, which sent the message to our kids and our community that your agenda is more important than the well-being and the innocence of the students you are elected to serve and protect. Tonight, I would like to talk a little bit about trust. This community demonstrated their trust in your good sense and judgment by electing you to your position on the BOE. We trusted that you would hire a superintendent and senior leadership team who are experts in educating our children and managing the taxpayer funding that has afforded our communities with updated learning spaces and highly qualified and caring teachers in every classroom.
We trusted that when our children are away from us at school, that they are learning how to read, write, do math, make friends, play outside, and build supportive relationships with their teachers. We teach our kids to trust that the adults at school have their best interests at heart and that they want them to be successful in their studies and to be productive, helpful citizens. We are believers in public education because we are products of public education. We know it can be an amazing experience for kids if we can trust that these things are happening. Unfortunately, the ways in which this board, the superintendent, and the senior leadership team has handled the valid and heartfelt concerns regarding the content in the sex education curriculum, the lack of transparency around its introduction and the opt-out process, and the dismissive and patronizing manner in which you have treated those with concerns has eroded all public trust in the Orange Fork School District. Without trust, there can be no relationship. The good news is that you're in a position to earn our trust back and do right by the children and families in this district. You can start by contentious curriculum and adopt an age-appropriate and parent-approved curriculum such as Positive Action or Health Smart that meets state requirements and protects the innocence and safety of our kids. You can make necessary changes at the superintendent and senior leadership level to ensure that our student achievement levels are not an abysmal failure. 35% proficiency in reading and 15% proficiency in math is unacceptable, and those responsible for that failure must be held to account. Instead of asking for even more money through the mill proposal, you can responsibly use the funds that you have and eliminate unnecessary administrative positions so that the teachers receive adequate pay and our children have the resources they need to learn. Did you ever stop and ask why student enrollment is down? I would bet that student performance scores and putting your progressive agenda ahead of parent partnerships are the reason. Focus on the basics. Go back to the curriculum that focuses on positive relationships and inspires curiosity and critical thinking and diversity of thought. Make school joyful again. Until you take ownership of the mistakes being made by this district and commit to course correction, you will not be able to regain public trust. I'm asking you to listen to the concerns before you and to be brave enough to swallow your pride, respect the role of parents as ultimate teachers of their children, and work together to arrive at solutions that result in kids who are healthy, motivated, and thriving. Our next speaker this evening is Ashley Stahl.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Stahl, and I'm a mother to a student at Glenwood Springs High School, a student at Yampa, and a little one who will likely come up through this district. We are a queer family. I'm also the executive director of PFLAG of the Roaring Fork Valley, and I was part of the community that fought to get the 3 R's curriculum adopted in 2023. I want to talk about real kids tonight. I work with the GSAs in schools from Aspen to Parachute. I know dozens of kids in this district by name. I have sat with queer kids of all ages right here in this valley who tell me that this curriculum is the first time that a health class has acknowledged that they exist. Not celebrated them, not centered them, just acknowledged that they are real. That's how low the bar was before 2023, and that's what's being threatened right now. I want to be clear that I'm here on behalf of those kids tonight. They would be here themselves if it was safe for them to do so, but it is not. These are kids in our community who are already navigating more than most of their classmates, higher rates of depression, anxiety, and isolation, less likely to have adults at home they can talk to about who they are. For some of the kids I work with right here in this district, a health class that says queer people exist is the only place in their day where they feel seen. That is not an abstraction. That is a kid in Glenwood, Carbondale, or Basalt sitting in a classroom each day, and what happens at this board table affects whether that kid makes it through. Let's be honest about who is behind this campaign. It's not a group of concerned local parents who independently arrived at the exact same talking points used in Minnesota, New Jersey, and Texas. This is a coordinated national playbook dropped onto our community by people who have made their careers out of making queer kids feel like they do not belong in public life. They are not interested in improving education for kids in this valley. They are interested in using our children as a political prop. And while we are fighting to hold that line, I want to ask this board to also push further. The 3 R's acknowledges that trans kids exist. This is good, but it is not enough. A trans girl right here in this district has health needs that are specific to who she actually is, and right now this curriculum does not address them. She deserves a health curriculum that speaks to her life, not just her anatomy. That means working with health educators who understand trans bodies. It means supplemental materials that go beyond acknowledgement. And it means treating trans kids as full participants in their own health education rather than an afterthought. I'm asking this board not to just protect what we have, but to demand more of it for the kids who are counting on us. Public schools for all kids in this community. If your religious beliefs require that queer people do not exist, there are private options available to you. This board was elected by this community twice in an overwhelming fashion on this issue to protect this curriculum. I'm asking you to keep doing that. Thank you.
Our next speaker this evening is Mike Gosha.
Hello, my name is Mike Gosha. I live in Glenwood and own a house in Carbondale. Both my children were students in RE1 and I myself am a product of Roaring Fork School District, starting kindergarten in Carbondale and graduating from Roaring Fork High School in 1990. In fact, I played a lot of dodgeball in middle school PE in this very room. History is important, and I think people who have lived here for generations and helped build and keep our communities thriving have a valuable perspective that should not be ignored. Once upon a time, school was a place that taught kids how to read, write, do math, think critically, and play well with others. Parents' rights and responsibilities for moral and ethical upbringing of their children were respected by school officials, and their partnership was seen as being necessary for student success. The community was proud and supportive of its schools because they were producing high-achieving, well-rounded, and skilled members of society. It wasn't perfect, but nearly all students were proficient in basic academics and life skills that prepared them for their future endeavors. When I look at what is happening in RE schools now, I don't see anything remotely resembling the experience I had in this district. The disgusting and immoral sex education material you're exposing young children to is criminal. Your refusal to take accountability for adopting this repulsive curriculum and not being transparent about its content or how parents can opt out is appalling. The way you are prioritizing politics over truth and ignoring public outcry is shameful. The 3 R's curriculum needs to be removed from our schools immediately. The Roaring Fork School District of today is an embarrassment to our community, not only to have implemented and defended this vile curriculum, hidden content, and opt-out procedure and ignored concerns from parents and stakeholders, but now you're going to sit there with a straight face and ask for more money. How do you expect us to keep funding your failures, especially when you clearly do not wish to uphold the values and expectations we have for our kids? This values residents have a long history of supporting our schools, both financially and philosophically, recognizing the value of high quality education for our kids' future, the future of this community. The Roaring Fork School District continues to prove that this is incapable of offering our kids a high quality education. According to the superintendent's mid-year report, 2 out of 3 kids are not able to read, and 8 out of 10 kids can't do math at a proficient level. This is outrageous. You all need to hold people responsible to account. There is no way the community should support a mill levy override to send more money to be burned up a house that is on fire. This administration has proven that your progressive ideology and incompetence is damaging to kids. They are not getting smarter, healthier, or more skilled. RE1 schools are a failure, and change all that level is desperately
Thank you
needed.
very much. Please conclude your comments. I appreciate it.
I have 2 words of advice. Do better.
Our next speaker this evening is Salome Gonzalez.
Salome Gonzalez as a speaker. Thank you.
Salome González, soy de Rifle y tengo 2 hijos en el distrito escolar RE2. A mi comunidad hispana de Glen y Basalt, abran los ojos, sean la voz de sus hijos, no se queden callados, No tengan miedo. Si ustedes no defienden a sus hijos, nadie más lo va a hacer. Como líder de comunidad hispana, de una organización sin fines de lucro, Círculo de Apoyo, y también soy miembro de la mesa directiva de la asistencia de víctimas en el condado de Garfield. Trabajo con la comunidad hispana, con víctimas de abuso sexual y violencia doméstica. Y por eso estoy aquí. No me voy a quedar callada. Escuché sobre este plan de estudio desde el mes pasado y el distrito R1 no está haciendo nada para pararlo y apoyar a los padres. Vergüenza les debía de dar al distrito R1. Nosotros como latinos, en nuestra cultura, la familia es más importante. Nosotros crecemos a nuestros niños con valores, familia y fe. Y eso lo debe saber la señorita aquí, Jasmine Ramírez. Los niños a esa edad son muy inocentes y no están pensando en temas sexuales.
Please excuse me, Salome. Please adhere to our regulations regarding.
You're wasting my minutes. Abuso infantil.
Thank you very much.
Estoy y no hace nada.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
Because I'm speaking Spanish? Shame for you. You know what you're doing to the kids? That should be child abuse.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So I'm going to go back to our expectations for public comment. We ask you to be thoughtful and constructive with your comments, and thank you in advance for sharing your feedback. I'm also going to ask that we end the applause, as that is eating into other speakers' times. You can show your respect and appreciation for them in other ways that are better aligned with the actions we need in this boardroom. Our next speaker is Susan Tribble.
Thank you. The agenda today calls for a celebration. The public would like to address this, but in different ways. We want to highlight the congratulations for the miscalculation of roughly $6 million. And reports now indicate that an additional shortfall of possibly $3.5 million for this year. That figure includes the loss of students leaving the Roaring Fork School District, taking about $470,000 in funding with them. This budget failure is not a tax problem. It is a superintendent and a board member problem. We are also being told that the district will completely close its deficit by 2026-27 without a mill levy override. It is important to note that when you were fully funded, those funds were mismanaged, which created the deficit. Why should the public believe that overriding the mill levy, giving you another chance, will not result in the same mismanagement? Test scores show that even with a fully funded district, 70% of students cannot read, write, or do arithmetic at the expected level. Those are the 3 R's we care about. We celebrate a 90% graduation rate, but that includes the 30% of students at the state average, which you also celebrate, and 60% who are not at state average. From 2010 through 2013, district proficiency rates were around 80%, a huge difference from today's 30. Let that sink in. What has changed? Leadership. We used to be more conservative and focused on quality education, reading, writing, arithmetic. Our schools were once beacons of learning where families chose one school over another based on strong academic criteria. Now students are leaving. Have you asked why? Is it because you have repeatedly ignored public concerns about curriculum and test scores, and through your progressive decisions and poor outcomes, you have driven students away? Today's new 3R curriculum has effectively become a health class that is really a sex education class. When Advocates for Youth, the creators of this curriculum, told you it should never be referred to as a health curriculum, you called it that anyway. It is not appropriate for 4 to 5-year-olds, much less 14-year-olds. It is so explicit, I'm not sure it should be considered for high school students. This renaming has caused a mistrust to your leadership. The miscalculation that you can do as you please affects your budget. The truth is you are no longer focused on creating a well-educated society. Your curriculum choices appear more about dumbing down our children and sexually stimulating them at the earliest age possible than it is about educating them on the fundamentals. When will you start putting our children first and their education? And when will you start providing proper curriculum that drives test scores up? When will you connect that this will increase student enrollment? In the end, it is these things that improve your budget, not a mill levy override. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker this evening is John Eaton.
Question is, do we throw good money at bad policy? The fact of the matter is, grades have fallen since 2013 from 80% to 30% competency. So 70% of the students in school now do not have the skills to contribute to society or function well at work. With the new mill levy request, we researched and found that I'm paying the school district more than $11,300. 70%, let's see. So I'm paying for more than 70% of the kids to fail. This is money very poorly spent. It has become very obvious that the school board is much more interested in the far left political agenda than teaching, reading, writing, arithmetic, and history. I talked to more than 40 people in the last 3 weeks, and not one of them thought that teaching 5-year-olds that the woman's most sensitive spot was her clitoris, that the male penis doesn't have a bone in it, or the depth of the vagina canal. They didn't think it was a responsible thing to do. They were shocked, and they even considered this irresponsible. The word is out, it's gone viral. You people are irresponsible. This curriculum is going to spur kids to be curious and try and experiment with sex way sooner than any reasonable parent would ever consider. And I really don't care what your so-called experts say. I worked with addicts in jail, and I can guarantee you that they would all say that this will create sexual addiction. We've been talking about this for a long time and realized that the school board really doesn't care what the parents think or say. The superintendent's comments in the newspaper shows that. We're also having a very hard time trusting you with money. Apparently $7 million is unaccounted for. This is incompetent, or is this incompetent or corruption? Excuse me. The last superintendent took the board for a lot of money, and he was unqualified and incompetent. He played you like a fiddle. Now you're asking for more money. We need an outside audit immediately to give the taxpayers an answer to where their hard-earned tax dollars have gone. So I'll give this advice once again. Go back to when the schools were getting the best grades and look at the 12-year curriculum and start there. Throw out what's not working, and clearly that's this curriculum, and throw out whoever doesn't support it. Talk to all the old school board members who got the best results. As a recovering addict, they say the hardest thing to do is admit you have a problem. And you guys have a real problem. I was employed at this school one time, 4 years as a coach, and we raised 3 kids who won a lot of awards. And I would say this, they're contributing a lot to society in this valley.
Thank you so much, John. I
We
appreciate it.
also have 2 grandsons in this valley, and that is why I am here.
Thank you.
Our next speaker this evening is Tanner Giannetti.
Hey, you gotta be a good boy up here, okay? You sit on down.
Thank you. Thanks.
Testing 1, 2. Well, before I get started today, I just wanted to ask for a show of hands on everybody who's in here in opposition of the 3 R's curriculum. And please keep your hands raised if you're in opposition of the parental rights violations that are occurring. Thank you. So the packet that I passed out before you all is the same version I emailed you earlier today. And this is a formal request to meet to resolve the parental rights violations that are currently taking place in the district and provides a detailed dispute foundation citing federal, constitutional, Colorado statutes, and district policy violations. I've also brought a copy of this to be submitted for public record in this meeting. I truly look forward to receiving your response and working with you for the betterment of this district. The rest of the time that I have available to me, I was going to focus in on this mill levy override. And the fact of the matter is we got to let the facts and merit actions speak for themselves. And in 2025, only 25% of our students were proficient in math. That means that 3 out of 4 students in this district are not performing at grade level. Yet our graduation rates remain near 90%. So while we celebrate an accredited status from the state, the parents and taxpayers of this valley are looking at the reality of an academic stagnation and a complete collapse of fiscal oversight. This isn't a success story, it's a push-through policy. We're handing out diplomas that don't reflect actual competency, effectively setting our students up for failure the moment they leave our halls. Even more distressing is the board's failure in its most basic fiduciary duty. The district received $7.7 million from the mill levy in 2021, then led the district to a $5 million deficit only 2 years later, caused by what this administration calls massive errors. You admitted to forgetting about budgets for entire line items like transportation and special education. You drained $10 million in reserves in a single year to cover a lack of internal controls. Any private sector board would have been replaced for a fraction of this negligence. And instead, your response to losing millions of taxpayer dollars through poor accounting was to strawman former admins and blame systems. Yet the senior board members here were responsible for this budget's approval. And yet again, you are asking the community for their endorsement for another mill levy. This is not going to fix the financial issues. This is not a funding problem. It is a leadership problem. Since 2021, the academic gap has not closed. Our proficiency rates remain below the state average, and our bank account has been mismanaged to the point of crisis. How can you ask the taxpayers for a bailout to fix the holes created by your own oversight failures? Actions speak louder than words.
Thank you.
That was pretty good. Thank you.
Next, we have Sabrina Ferguson.
Good evening, board members. My name is Sabrina Ferguson. I am a district parent and a taxpayer. I am here tonight because the math for this 4.5 million mill levy override does not add up. In October 2025, RFSD enrollment plummeted by 4.2%, nearly 4 times the state average. While our student population shrinks, the tax revenue is exploding. Property tax collections are set to increase by 11 million this year alone due to rising valuations. To claim that 11 million windfall is not enough is an insult to the taxpayers of this valley. By raising the tax floor again, you aren't fighting the housing crisis, you're subsidizing it. You're directly responsible for the cost of living increases that prices families and our teachers out of their homes. Last year, the district faced a 5.7 deficit. Your solution was to drain 2.5 million from reserves and divert 1.5 million from the housing surplus. Let's be clear, when a district loses track of millions in recurring costs, it doesn't have a revenue problem, it has a management problem. In 2021, you promised us a issue 5B would fund teacher staffing. Instead, you used it to inflate administrative pay. Today, 32 administrative positions cost us $5.7 million and an average of $170,000 each, including benefits. Well, the superintendent took 33% raise. Our classrooms are starving. You have spent years prioritizing the comfort of the front office over the needs of students. Your academic results are equally indefensible. While math and literacy scores lag and schools slide into priority improvement status, your priority is hiring deans of culture at $83,000 a year plus benefits. A dean of culture does not teach a child to solve a quadratic equation or decode a text. Culture is the result of academic success. It's not a job title that you can buy with taxpayer money. Every dollar spent on literacy is a dollar stolen from a math interventionist or a smaller classroom. The most recent audit shows a 37% drop in cash reserves in a single year. That is a massive red flag. This 4.5 million MLO isn't a strategy for excellence. It's an emergency bailout for poor management. Stop asking your voters and renters to pay for your fiscal mismanagement. You're sitting on a set. Accountability starts here tonight. Will you prioritize the classrooms or will you continue to feed the bureaucracy? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker from our additional list here, and I apologize if I mispronounce, Jalen Lessig.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Jalen Lessig. I'm a retired technology teacher from Basalt Middle School, teaching in our district here for 25 years and 11 previous years in Sydney, Nebraska as a classroom teacher. The reason I'm here to speak is because I am so alarmed at the extremely low academic test scores in our district. This is a red flag. A little over 10 years ago, in around 2012, Basalt Middle School made the National Schools to Watch list for 3 years consecutively. They were recognized statewide and nationally for our high academic scores. The CDE site revealed just last night the shocking truth of the decline in these scores here in our district. So how do we address these low scores? I suggest skimming out programs such as the so-called health program or sex ed for primary grades or for school, and instead focus the time spent in the classroom on skills and topics that matter for academic success: math, reading, English, science, social studies. Those are the basic skills for success in future. As educated people, we know that students' brains develop in a mature in stages over the years, especially in reading and math. My point is that they should not be mentally pushing primary grades to try and comprehend sex. Let the parents take that responsibility. I wanted to know what this curriculum really included. And in spite of going to the school and searching the district website, there were no answers. Are we really looking clearly at the needs of our young children? There is insufficient evidence that young children in the Roaring Fork School District are really ready for a type of program like this. For these reasons stated, as a retired teacher and a taxpayer, I do not approve of my tax dollars being spent on this curriculum. Let's spend our tight funds, as seen tonight, on curriculum that counts: math, reading, English, science.
Thank you. Up next, we have Elise Wolf as our speaker.
Good evening. My name is Elise Wolf. I live in Carbondale, and I have a child in the Basalt ECE who will be entering kindergarten next year. I'm speaking tonight in support of the 3 R's curriculum. I want to restate those: rights, respect, and responsibility. Thank you to the board and former board members for bringing this curriculum to the Roaring Fork Valley. The ECE parents receive all of the notifications for Basalt Elementary. So I saw the announcement that the Basalt Elementary School would be teaching this curriculum in March, right in line with the opt-out form. I read through the curriculum knowing this was coming down the line for my child next year and knowing this was something of a subject of contention for some. I read all 6 lesson plans for grades K through 4. They are entitled My Space, Your Space, My Body is My Body, Circle of Life, Understanding Our Bodies, Consent, Your Body, Your Rights. I read through every page and tried to imagine myself in the shoes of other parents. What part of this curriculum might be objectionable? I couldn't find one part of respect, body part knowledge, and boundary setting that I could find objectionable. My Space, Your Space curriculum, being taught to kindergartens in Basalt at least, discussed giving kids the space to develop the touch they are okay with and the touch that makes them uncomfortable. These are not sexual. We're talking about faces, knees, elbows, ears. Nowhere in here is sexuality discussed. Nowhere in this curriculum are private parts, genitals discussed. What parent, what community member would not wish that our children are taught to respect each other, protect themselves from harm, and communicate wrongdoing? I want this deeply for my child. And I also want her classmates to be equally equipped to respect each other and arm themselves with the language to protect each other. In the K-4 curriculum, there's only one part that concerned me. It was in the My Body is My Body curriculum, targeted for first graders, that sets students up to identify trusted adults and practice telling a trusted adult about abuse. At this point, we all know that the adults kids think are trustworthy turn out to be untrustworthy. I don't know the right curriculum to address this, but it should be considered. Just think about this. Just 4 or 5 years ago, a trusted daycare teacher in this valley was building an unsafe relationship with students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker this evening is Alvin Badgett.
I will remind the audience to please hold applause. Alpin Badgett.
I'd like to start by thanking you all for having all of us. It's very respectful of you to hear our comments. My name is Alpin Badgett. I didn't really prepare. I came to listen, but I stopped at the library and got a book out of the free room and it inspired me. It's about finding a holy moment and I might read from it. I'd like to introduce myself. Actually, before I introduce myself, I'd like to thank Tanner for what he's been doing, bringing attention to these matters of the 3R curriculum, which I'm highly opposed to. I'd also like to thank Mr. Nislanik, who spoke on the 11th, I believe. When I listened to the board meeting comments on the 11th and heard Nislanik.
Can you bring your mic closer?
Nislanik's testimony about his second grader coming out of the classroom, or the other kids coming out of the classroom because his second grader had opted out. And the kids came out confused. My heart broke. I cried. A little bit about myself. I've been here for 50 years. I'm 52 years old. My dad is a coal miner. I'm a painter. I came here after work. I've spent my whole life preparing a home for my 5 children. One of whom just graduated from college, cum laude. My 3-year-old is going to be a kindergartner. My 8-year-old is in 2nd grade in private school. And my 2 high school aged kids are here at Roaring Fork High School. I pay 10% of my monthly income for property tax. I grew up in a shack in Marble and drank water of the spring. The property I bought in Carbondale was a trailer home that I fixed the leaks in the roof for 17 years. And then I got a loan and built the house. I heard earlier during your meeting about a 50% increase in your insurance. That hit me too. It hurts. You know what else has increased? Property taxes drastically. It feels like oppression. I work my butt off and I can't afford to live here. I want my kids to live here too, happily. So at any rate, I strongly am upset about the disrespect of this 3 R's curriculum.
Thank you.
I wish I could go on. There's something in there about calling.
We
You need to hear this. Everyone
next
needs to
time.
hear this. There's
Thank you so
something in
much.
there in an animation. and
Please
it says
submit
that
your
white
comments
people
in
cannot
writing
experience
if you'd like
racism.
to add.
Did you know that that's in your curriculum? White people cannot
Appreciate you
experience
showing up this
racism.
evening, and I must ask you to
That
conclude your
statement
comments.
itself,
This is not respectful of the
that
time of the
statement
other
itself is
speakers
racism.
and the other board members. Thank you.
That statement itself is racist.
Our final speaker of the evening is Christy, Christy Wright Nunn.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for allowing me to be here. And I wasn't planning to speak at all, but I feel it's necessary. I've been in the Valley for over 31 years. I'm not as prepared as all the other speakers with all their statistics. I'm just going to speak from my heart. My mom taught school for over 35 years. Her mom taught school for 54 years, was a superintendent, and they're rolling over in their graves. We raised 6 kids who went through this school district. 1 graduated from Roaring Fork, 3 from Glenwood High. The youngest was very affected, and when he came home from school one day, he said, "I hate you. I hate America," to us. It was his senior year. He had all his credits. I looked in the driveway. His car was there, so I knew he was at home, sleeping or just being away from the environment, the evil environment that he was in. Because within 2 weeks or so, he said, "I love you," to us and gave us hugs. And this is there. When he graduated, there were 13 valedictorians. You tell me that is, oh, you get a participation ribbon just for being here. That's asinine. All people, however, I want to say I am a Christian. All people are validated. I love all people. So maybe there should be a separate class for those that LGBTQ class for them, just a separate place where they can go, not being forced upon everyone else.
Speakers may
I
direct
saw-
comments of criticism at the board, but please refrain from indicating comments of criticism at our staff and students. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't think I was criticizing, but anyway. So I saw the curriculum that is being introduced, and I thank God that my kids are out of this demonic system. This curriculum is nothing but legalized pornography, and I will fight with all my being until this is totally removed from our school system. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to make a move?
Madam Chair, may I make a motion to take a brief recess, 5 minutes?
We have a second?
Second.
The board will go into recess for 5 minutes. The board is returning from our 5-minute recess. Director Nimmo is
She's right there.
is here as well. Thank you. So Director Ramirez, Director DeFreitas, Director Kuhlenberg, and Director Nimmo are once again present, meaning we have a quorum. The next business in order is the approval of the consent agenda, which includes routine personnel, minutes from our previous board meeting, updated home ownership guidelines, and the 2026-27 staff housing tiered. And there are also no final read policies included in tonight's consent agenda, just worth noting. Directors, are there any items you would like to pull off the consent agenda for a separate discussion and vote?
I make a motion that the board approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Call the vote?
Aye.
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 Let's all check our mics too, Betsy. Yep, okay, good. Thanks. The next business in order then is discussion on policies GCHC, GCS, GDA, new, and the repeal of policies GCQB, GD, GDA current, and GDAA. Each board member will have 2 minutes to share comments or ask questions unless staff wanted to open with anything else.
I don't think so. I think these are pretty straightforward, but happy to answer any questions you have.
Director Kuhlenberg?
Sure, we'll start us off. We went over all of these in policy committee. I didn't have major comments or things that I'm remembering that I wanted to bring up here. On GCHC, it looks like it was addressed. The final paragraph, we wanted to make clear that this is the CDE evaluation, not an internal evaluation process. In GCS, I support Director After's comment about the data or research that's not a regular part of instruction or assessment needs informed consent for parents. That was something that I had raised during policy committee, was ensuring that if we were including students as part of research, that we got informed consent. And I do think that saying that it's not part of regular instruction or assessment will make sure there's no confusion. And then I don't remember anything specifically in GDA other than making sure that our language aligned in terms of positions and who's responsible for holding these things. I don't have anything else.
Director Ramirez?
The only question I had was GDA. I did ask a question of saying that our employees serve at the pleasure of the board. I mean, technically we do the routine personnel, but I don't know that we have the right to dismiss anyone. So I just think it should be updated to superintendent.
We can make that revision.
That's it.
Director After?
Thank you. Thanks for all these. I thought they looked good. I ran the professional research and publishing new version by a close friend who has a lot of experience on that topic, and she thought it was fabulous and was hoping her own district would possibly do something similar. So thanks for that. Yeah, that was the one piece we discussed, was just clarifying the purpose of this policy, the purpose of the data specifically around this policy. Thank you.
Director Nimmo?
I did have a question about, it was talking, was this about all the policies?
Any of the ones?
Sorry, I'm a little scattered.
All of there's a bunch of Gs.
The GCS. There you go. So it's okay. Okay. Professional research and publishing. It just says only those studies which have value to the school district will be approved. And I'm just wondering, like, who decides what has value?
There is an approval process, and there are sometimes, but not often, employees who perhaps are doing an research project as part of a licensure program or something like that. And so there is value for the individual completing the information, and it also could be a value add for the school district, but we probably would not allow it if it were something far outside of the scope of our regular work of schools.
And that'd be a team decision or a group decision?
I think that the CAO is the approver.
Okay. Thank you.
Chief Academic Officer.
Chief Academic Officer.
We're getting there. I need it too, very much. Thank you all so much for taking this time. I did not have a chance to join policy committee. I was on the road for work. And then can you just touch on, did any of these interact with the collective bargaining contract as implicated for staff? Yeah. And so can you remind me, besides policy committee, were there stakeholders involved in reviewing and revising?
Yeah, that's a great question. In addition to policy committee, we did, because these are mostly related to staff, we were able to look at the support staff policy in leadership professional development when Chief Baumfach and I meet with classified leaders, and that was very helpful. And then the induction program we looked at in LMC.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I don't have any other
Labor
questions.
Management Committee.
Labor Management Committee, yes. See, I didn't catch that one. Thank you. All right. We'll now have 5 minutes for open discussion. All right. Thank you so much. These are on first. We'll see these again. Is that correct? Or are they on consent next time?
They'll be on consent unless they're new and need three readings.
Two new. Okay. GCS and GDA. Thank you. The rest will be on consent. Okay. Thank you.
Repeals are related to new ones. So the repeals and the new ones will be 2 meetings from now, that policy will be.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that clarity. Thank you. All right, so the next business in order is approval of the Roaring Fork SDE Trans 2025B increased borrowing resolution. Do I have a motion to approve the Roaring Fork SDE Trans 2025B increased borrowing resolution?
I make a motion to approve the Roaring Fork SDE Trans 2025B increased borrowing resolution as presented.
Do I have a second?
I second.
We'll now have 2 minutes discussion for each board member and then 5 minutes of open discussion. Director Nemo, you want to take it away?
I mean, I looked at it and if Christy thinks it's a great idea, let's just do it. No, I don't have anything right now.
Okay, thank you. Director Actor?
Yeah, can you just state, we actually didn't talk about this in finance committee and I hadn't reviewed it at that time. So sorry if any of these questions are, I hadn't previewed them for you, but can you just talk a little bit about, I'm pulling up in the memo, it says, there's a decline in the amount received for the March 10th property taxes compared to the anticipated receipts, totaling a $6.5 million reduction in receipts for March. That's just a timing issue, right?
It's a timing issue.
Okay, it's not a, some of the public speakers tonight, I think might have been referring to something there. I'm not entirely sure, but I just wanted to state for the record in case they were that this is a timing, a short-term cash flow situation related to collection of property tax, some of which is out of our control.
That's absolutely correct. We have the way that the state calculates this is based upon the average of the last 3 years' collections, because people have a choice of when they pay their taxes between February and May. And so it's just dependent on if you have a large taxpayer, for example, that pays later or earlier, it can really shift when you have your when you receive your property taxes, and the state requires us to pay them back immediately upon the receipt of those property taxes. So then that requires additional borrowing to get us through April. So it's just a kind of an awkward situation that is just based on timing.
Okay, and then the difference that you're referring to in the third paragraph of your memo, you say that 33.3 million is the need, and you're asking for 36 via this resolution. That's to give us a buffer in case there's continued timing issues.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Or, the real challenging thing with cash flow is that it is based on the timing of receipts of our grants. It's based upon, if there's any large payments that we owe to accounts payable, based upon a different schedule than just averaging. And so there's lots of different variables that I don't necessarily know of until I get a hit somewhere. So then it's good to know that we have an additional buffer for just those general cash flow fluctuations that occur in a business.
Thank you.
Director Ramirez?
I think just timeline wise, it's helpful for the board to be, whether it's through a update or, finance committee or something, to have the opportunity to talk through this. I mean, obviously it's something standard that we need because of everything happening with state finances and everything. But I do think it's helpful for the board to have a little bit more notice, especially if this is going to become a regular routine, which who knows, hopefully, knock on wood, I hope it doesn't. But I appreciate our ability to ask for more rather than just the bare minimum, because I do think we need the buffer, especially just with the volatile financial world that we're living in. And so I appreciate the team's memo to inform the board of this decision and why we chose that amount.
Okay, thank you. Mhm.
Director Kuhlenberg?
I don't have any questions on this.
Thank you. I would just note for the record and public that may or may not still be listening that the Colorado State Legislature determines per pupil funding, and that as property taxes increase, the state contribution decreases, and that this need for a loan is because we don't get property taxes until much later in the year. Some of the public comments mentioned increase in property taxes as a windfall, and that is unfortunately not the case. It actually is very difficult to bridge the timing of availability of funds. And if I said any of that wrong, please jump in and correct me.
I'll stand with you on exactly what you stated. The challenge is that the legislature really impacts our local property taxes and how much we pay as a local jurisdiction towards our per pupil funding and the funding for our students, and how much the state pays, and that state backfill continues to decline. So as our property values increase, then instead of giving our property taxpayers a break, they take at the state advantage of that and increase our share, local share of the property tax. And that's why we have seen these large increases in borrowing over the last couple of years is because of what the legislature has been doing to that local share. And it's been significant, but we have not been receiving a significant increase in our funding as a district. As a result of that, it just changes who's paying the bill.
I appreciate that. I think maybe we just need to open each meeting with some version of that statement from here on out for the next few months. I really appreciate the extra time that this takes as well from your staff to file these and deal with the state. It is not a simple process, and it is a significant investment of time. Thank you for bringing it forward this evening, and I wish we didn't have to, but we obviously support your recommendation here.
Thank you.
5 minutes of open discussion.
I just wanted to add something. You just reminded me a couple of years back, and it might not be that long ago, and I don't know if you remember, but we did have a conversation at one point about maybe having like the CFO write an opinion piece in the paper to talk about district finances. It might be a really good time to consider that an option as we're talking about not just the MLO, but declining enrollment and all of the conversations on property taxes. I think it might be a good investment of our time to try to see if we can, I don't know, draft something up to share with community in regards to even property taxes. And that's just one topic that would really help us communicate with district community on, the impact.
Thank you. No, that's a really good push. And it's very timely. So we'll see what we can do. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to need the repetition. We all have come to understand it in this room, but it's still
Mhm.
a foreign language to anyone who's picking up the newspaper, even those who stay relatively informed. So never shy away from repetition on this front.
Understandably so, they make it exceptionally
So
complex.
difficult. Correct. Yep. One would almost say intentionally, but.
Can I ask about the hold harmless?
I'm sorry, the what?
I know what hold harmless is. I've looked it up, but are we currently in a hold harmless situation? No. Okay.
We are not,
And it's listed on here. The 17,000 ones, like, so I guess, yeah. Can you explain that to me?
yeah, hold harmless is, it was a, legislative bill that passed, in, I believe, it was 23, 24, 24, 25. But what it really pretty much does is it holds districts that are declining in enrollment pretty significantly to, the minimum funding is now the 24, 25 total program funding for 25, 26
Yeah.
school year and 26, 27. So it gives like a buffer of time as the state is taking away our enrollment averaging so that districts are not going to have to just downsize so drastically that it's going to be so significantly impactful to them that it's really difficult for the culture and for the kids and things like that. At least it provides somewhat of a buffer if there is some precipitous decline in enrollment we don't anticipate, or if the legislature cuts us to that point, so that it just at least gives us a floor.
Yeah, because it's on this pro forma one under current month hold harmless and override property taxes. It's so.
Yeah, that's what that's referring to. I'm not sure where
We
you're.
don't have it or we don't do it or.
Sorry.
We are not.
What page are you on? Cause I have.
It's on this pro forma, this, I don't know how to call it. The actual.
What line?
Huh?
What line?
The yellow one.
27.
Oh, 27.
Oh, okay. I think that's our override.
So hold harmless is in there, but it doesn't mean.
I don't think that's our.
No, that's not for us. That we are, okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if it was going back to different.
Good question.
Yeah.
Apply to
Right
it.
there.
Yeah, yeah, you were fine. No, that's great. Because it does hold, there's a hold harmless provision and that's what that's referring to. It is still that correct. I did answer that correctly. It was just under a different context than our previous budget discussion, but so that's why they have it in the spreadsheet.
Okay.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? Then I believe we need to call the vote.
Aye.
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 Thank you very much. Motion passes. Okay, thank you. The next business in order is new DAC member approval. Do I have a motion to approve the new DAC members?
I move that we approve new DAC members as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
DAC Chair Bridget Durkash is prepared with a few slides and she will briefly go over them before the board engages in discussion. And we have 2 minutes. Thank you, Bridget, so much for joining us this evening.
Hi, thanks, everyone. Can you all hear me?
We're not
okay?
hearing you quite yet.
Oh, let's see. What about now? Can you hear me? Audio on. Can you hear me now?
No, we still can't
No,
hear
we
you.
still can't. Okay.
Jonathan's working on it.
Hold on just a second.
Okay. Taxi, you gotta go to sleep, okay? You can wait right here. Do you want to sit in this chair? No.
No, still can't hear you.
Still can't hear me. I'm so sorry.
Would you call me and we'll put your.
Oh, are you? Okay, let me see if sorry.
She's on the move.
I'm on the move. I have my phone I'm not sure what's wrong.
Bridget, you have Jonathan's number to give him a call. He can put your phone on speaker. Thumbs up.
Uh-oh.
Tonight, I don't mind technology problems so much.
One more time.
Can you guys hear me now?
Hello.
Nope. Call me and I'll put my phone up to the mic.
Hit the wrong button.
All good.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, you have to turn off the speaker on your computer.
Okay, okay, what about now?
Good.
Thank you.
Did that work? Okay, great. Oh, thanks for being here and taking time for me. I know that it's been a long night already, so I really appreciate it. I just want to give a quick update. We have 3 new members that we are working to vote in, and I want to give you a brief overview of them. And then Jonathan, also for some, my name is Bridget Durkash, and I'm the chair of the District Accountability Committee. On this slide, you'll see there are 3 names in blue, Joshine Wise, Randy Hutchinson, and Dominic Ramon. And then there's 1 in yellow, Elizabeth Taylor. The 3 in blue are the ones we'll be voting on. To inform the board, sent in her resignation from the DAC and is not able to participate any longer at this time. Would you mind going to the next slide, Jonathan? You can see for both Dominic and Randy, DAC members voted in favor. There was 0 against. I tried to push in, we had 3 new people apply to be on the DAC. Joshine got her application in time, but we didn't have a very good turnout of votes. So there were 3 members that did not vote, but we did have 4 in favor. So that passed from our committee. They did not vote against, but they just did not participate in the vote. Next slide. Dominic would be taking the position for one of the administrator position. He's an administrator at Basalt High School. We're so excited to be able to have him as a member on the DAC. And I shared these slides with you beforehand, but if you want to read more about him, this is information that he put in the application form, and then I just transcribed it here onto the slide. The next candidate is Randy Hutchinson, and this is the only one that I would have a possible question. Right now I have her in the teacher slot. But she is a school social worker, and so I wasn't sure where exactly she would fall according to the bylaws. So I do have her in that teacher position. If for some reason she didn't fall within that area, then I would move her into the resident of a district category. We've done that for another teacher, Kim Harbour, who is with Two Rivers Community School. And then the final person that we're voting in is Joshine Wise. She is a parent. You gotta just wait 1 second. Okay. Sorry, it's bedtime at my house. Joshine is a parent in the Valley, and she has come to the last 2 DAC meetings and is really engaged, and so we're excited to have her as a part of the DAC. So that is a brief overview of the new DAC members. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I just want to let you all know that we are expecting 2 members that are currently on the DAC to resign at the end of the year. So we are hoping to continue to grow the DAC so that we can start next year off with a really strong committee.
So as a matter of order here, Bridget, you're going to need to turn your speaker back on. I'm going to mute you on my phone. And we're going to have to just kind of go through this as well as we can here. So because the board's going to be speaking and you're going to want to hear that. So I'm going to mute you here.
Before we open for public comments, can I just make one clarifying question? In our consent agenda, we had change of personnel. Is there anything on that list that would implicate eligibility in these categories for the DAC? Under the administrator category, I don't want to dive into the details too much, but it's already, I think Dominic, I saw resigned from the Basalt position. I don't want to go into HR details in public session, just making sure there's nothing there that would conflict with his position here. And if we need to just put that somewhere else, that's fine too.
I think we just trust the process that Bridget articulated with some flexibility in assignments, and we can circle back in a couple months if that sounds okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
2 minutes of open discussion. Director Nimmo.
I don't have any questions. I am excited these people want to be on the board.
Director Ramirez.
Thank you so much, Bridget, for all your incredible work and all the team's work and making sure that you guys are not just recruiting, but actually diving into all of the things that you guys are responsible for. I really appreciate your guys' commitment and all of the time you guys give. And you give as chair to make sure all of this comes to the board. So thank you for that.
Director After.
Yeah, no questions, but huge gratitude, Bridget, to you and the team recruiting these members and everyone else in the room for DAC. So thanks so much.
Director Kuhlenberg.
No questions either, just echoing the gratitude. I'm really grateful that the DAC is in the shape and that we've got some committed and engaged new members coming online.
Yeah, same. And I very much appreciate those who are putting their names into the hat to jump into these conversations. It's a steep learning curve, I'm sure, for everyone involved. So thank you for facilitating that onboarding. I know it's not easy. Bridget, we really appreciate your effort there. 5 minutes of open discussion. Can I just confirm on the public record when we are going to be hearing from the DAC with their interests and concerns around the budget?
It is coming on April the 22nd. Is that correct? Yes.
I believe that is correct. And so I know the board had an interest last year in making sure that the timing of that feedback was better aligned in our decision-making, like a little bit earlier in the process, to make sure that we're really hearing from the community members who've invested all of this time. And so, Bridget, I don't know if you had any other comments or questions before we wrap up the agenda item and vote.
Yeah, you're going to mute your speaker and I'm going to put you on the mic here.
No, I don't have any more comments. We are excited to have one more DAC meeting before we present to the board. We were able to make progress in our last meeting. It was a work session, but we need a little bit more time to be able to bring our recommendations to the board. So we appreciate being able to move our scheduled time to the following board meeting.
Thank you very much. Would you call the vote, please?
Director After? Director DeFreitas?
Aye.
Director Cool?
Aye.
Director?
Aye.
Director Ramirez?
Aye.
Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you. The next business in order is a discussion on a board tracker request from Director Ramirez. Oh,
No, there's one more.
oh, sorry, I scrolled past that. I apologize. Jumped ahead. The next business in order is approval of a board education resolution honoring Women's History Month. Do I have a motion to approve the Board of Education resolution honoring Women's History Month?
Move that the board approve the Board of Education resolution honoring Women's History Month as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
And who, I guess we should ask if there's any discussion, 2 minutes of discussion for each board member. Director Nimmo, anything to add?
No.
Kuhlenberg, Ramirez?
Thank you. Thank you to the team.
Director After?
Nope.
Thank you for bringing this forward. Are there any intervening motions to amend? Would you please call the vote?
Director After?
Aye.
Director DeFreitas?
Aye.
Director Kuhlenberg?
Aye.
Director Nimmo?
Aye.
Director Ramirez?
Aye.
And I'll go ahead and read this resolution. Board of Education resolution honoring Women's History Month. Whereas Women's History Month is celebrated annually in March in the United States, it started as Women's Day in February 1909, established to celebrate the achievements of women in various fields and to advocate for women's rights, including suffrage and labor rights. And whereas in 1980, President Jimmy Carter issued the first presidential proclamation declaring the week of March 8th as National Women's History Week to coincide with International Women's Day. And whereas in subsequent years, Congress passed additional resolutions and the week-long celebration grew in popularity and recognition. In 1987, after being petitioned by the National Women's History Project, now the National Women's History Alliance, Congress passed a resolution designating March as Women's History Month and successive years since then. And whereas Women's History Month provides an opportunity to celebrate achievements, contributions, and resilience of women throughout history and in contemporary society, such as Susan B. Anthony, who fought for women's equality, Harriet Tubman, who courageously led slaves to freedom, Kamala Harris, who became the first woman, first African American, and first Asian American to be sworn in as Vice President of the United States. And whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made significant and historical contributions to the growth and strength of our society in countless recorded and unrecorded ways, whereas the leadership of women in elected office, including the contributions of our own Board of Education directors, serve as an example of community and civic engagement for girls and women in our counties. Whereas women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, and the civil rights movement, all of which create a more fair and just society for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Roaring Fork School Board of Directors do hereby resolve March to be Women's History Month in the Roaring Fork schools and strongly encourage staff and community to reflect on the contributions that women have made throughout history and commit to support efforts to improve opportunities for girls and women. Thank you. The next business in order is discussion on a board tracker request from Director Ramirez requesting a board work session to discuss the progress made using the funds from the last MLO and the uses and gains of these funds. Director Ramirez, would you now present your proposal?
Thank you. Yes, so I submitted a board tracker request to have a work session for the team to have further discussion on the progress made using the funds of the last MLO. Specifically, an update on all the investments made with taxpayer money during the 2021 MLO and the data that supports that we saw academic achievement and growth. As you guys heard, I did go to the MLO community feedback. Trying to remember the whole name session on Tuesday in Glenwood. And I think it would be really important, especially as the team is getting prepared to have further conversations with community and stakeholders, to have that information, not just for ourselves, but for our team so that we can make sure we are clearly stating not just what we use the funds for, but also just making sure that we're all aware from that process, especially since not all of us were here during that time when the MLO passed. That's it.
Thanks. And before we jump into board comments, I just wanted to center something that Director Kuhlenberg and Dr. Cole and I spoke about. For those of you who are, and myself, who just sometimes need a reminder, we go from the board tracker to this discussion now. When issues are identified that would take significant staff time to invest in and like discover, and we need board consensus to direct staff to take that time and bring it forward. And I wanted to just ask Dr. Cole if you had anything else to share about work that's already been done or any other thoughts before we open up board discussion on this issue.
I think it would help to have just a further conversation about what would be helpful in terms of the data to bring forward, trends that we could, what would be most useful for the board. I totally get the intent. I think it's really relevant, especially given kind of the conversations we've been having the last couple of nights on MLO. The intent of the 21 MLO was, this is going to sound familiar, staff recruitment, retention efforts, and staff salaries. And so the investments really went to that, of those dollars, and continues to go to that. We're really bound to those MLO commitments that we make to keep the dollars for those investments. So I don't know that there's a whole lot we could do in terms of articulating, what the 21 MLO in terms of, we don't have like an isolated budget for it, the way that funding rolls into the general fund and then is dedicated to staff salaries and recruitment and retention. We could speak broadly to it, but would love to hear more about what would be helpful to the conversation in terms of context or history. Anyway.
Can I?
Yeah, Director Abdur, let's do 2 minutes for all board directors.
Yep. Okay. I think it's a great idea. We haven't talked about it. It's the first time hearing about it. I think it would be really important to have that information in maybe a level of detail lower than, or more than what you just described? Like, if it was $7 million, how many staff did we have at that time? We can do some basic averaging and math to make that so we understand how that money was distributed. There were also, there was the Educational Opportunity Fund, right? That came out of that too. So that would be good to know. I mean, I don't know what you had in mind, but that when you're saying what the data that's available and what I think would be helpful for making the case for another MLO, that seems like that would be the direction I would be hoping we could go.
Director Nimmo?
I guess I just wonder what that even means. So is it like the MLO, we would need to know how much money it generated or generates? And then basically, do we just need to know that we spent that amount on teacher salary and benefits, but then we'd also want to know what other monies are earmarked for, I guess, how does that work?
Director Ramirez, maybe if you can what did you have in mind for tying those together for student achievement or outcomes?
I mean, I don't know how it works for anything that's like earmarked when you've got this big budget. I mean, all I can think of is you just want to make sure that any money, the amount equals the amount spent. Is there more to it than that?
Yeah, so, I think similar to the conversation on Tuesday of like the impression that we used MLO money for Deans of Culture. I think it's important for us to be able to provide the board with the details of what did we use the MLO money for? What did we not use the MLO money for? I think it would be important for us to have numbers on recruitment and retention. That was a huge effort, I believe, from the 2021 MLO. So it'd be helpful to know, was that helpful to us? Was it not helpful to us? I think it would also be important for us to know what percentage went to what. It's been a long time. I did request, and I know Jonathan answered the request for the board tracker, but I can't access any of the links in the email. And so it would be helpful to have like that update of like what happened in 2021, what did we ask for, even like the Education Opportunity Fund, like what was the amount we put in there the first time? Did that change over the last couple of years, which I think it did, if I remember correctly. So I think it would be helpful to have sort of a debrief of like, this is what we learned from the 2021 MLO. This is how much we put to salaries, and also what we did not use the 2021 MLO funds for, because as you guys know, and even during public session or public comment tonight, there's a lot of things being thrown around on what we use our money and taxpayer dollars, and it is taxpayer money that we ask for. And so I think it is important for the narrative that we are also going to be asking for as board members.
I think I would add to that too, that it would be helpful as we roll this out to include the amount that we're allocating to charter schools, right? That we are still advocating for school choice by funneling some of this money to charters so that people understand that. And yeah, I just agree. I think that this is important for us to know, to be able to be out and be the talking heads talking about this. And then I also think it will be useful for the MLO campaign. So I don't see it as a waste of time. I feel like this is information that is going to be useful to staff as they continue this process.
Yeah, Director Ramirez, thanks for bringing this forward. I do think a deep dive on the MLO could be timely. I want to use our time right now to make sure that we're clarifying for staff what we want to see out of it. And I think what I heard, and let's try to fine tune this so we just only invest. So basically, it is time that the board get into a deep dive. We are asking for a significant amount of trust from our voters in moving this forward. We need to find our own consensus around what it's going to be tied to, building around teacher recruitment, retention. How can we use that creatively to close the achievement gap? These are all priorities I've heard from board members and from stakeholders. And so I'm thinking a work session, and we have a little bit of availability in work sessions over the next month or so we can probably try to play around where we are seeing what was and wasn't So first of all, how was it broken down last time, for those of us who missed it? What was it for? What did it actually get spent on? So if it wasn't year one with opportunity, what is it? Education opportunity, right? When did that start? When did we start committing funds to it? How much have been committed to that? That would be useful for me. And then an FAQ dummy style for me, what doesn't it go to that people are sharing in, so that just arms us to better explain it to those questions, to those misunderstandings. And then I would also, I know this is already out there, maybe we just bring it in. Where are we in terms of competitive salaries as compared to when we ran this the last time? So I know one of the reasons that the committee was so interested in tying it to teachers and their recruitment retention is because that game has changed a lot, and RFSD was higher and has dropped in that competitive list. And I think it would be helpful to take a look at, like, where were we when we ran it the first time? Have we improved or gone up and down? So that's quite a bit of data right there. What am I missing that other directors really feel is important to zoom in on?
Yeah, I mean, I think all that data is really basic due diligence for either the MLO committee or the comms consultant who are working on this. So I'm a little surprised that wasn't already part of the plan.
Most of it is. I think it's just a matter of dedicating the work session time to us exploring it and being 100% clear on it and consolidating those resources.
Cool. Yeah, because I think if we're gonna, if this thing's gonna pass, we need to be able to tell the story of the value of the last one.
And I think to that point, it would be really important for us to also talk about the achievement gap and what that has looked like over the last couple of years. I think the team, I don't remember, to be completely honest. 2021 feels like a long time ago. So, I think it would be helpful, the email that has all those links, if it could just be forwarded to the team and we could go in and see all of the language that was shared at that time. But I think.
Sorry, which email? Zoom in on
No,
this?
it's in the board tracker.
It's in the, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, none of us would have access to the links, but I think just as a, like, to prep, for the board, so that we could go in there and review at our own convenience too. I think that would be a helpful first step. But I think my biggest thing is just making sure, as we're having this conversation too, is, and I did submit a couple board tracker requests sort of in relation of, like, having to, further have conversations. So I welcome the opportunity to further share questions or concerns if anybody from the team is interested.
Sorry, can you help me find the email you're referring to? I'm not.
Yeah, so in the board tracker request, that's row. Hold on, sorry, I need to open that.
I'll speak to that real quickly. I had created an email for Anna. It had a whole bunch of links. And to Director Ramirez's point, the sharing privileges across folders and 30 different files would need to be updated to give the board access to all those files. It's something I can do. I didn't know that you didn't have access to all those files. So that's something I can remedy. But I think what you're asking for is an executive summary.
Yeah, so it's line 166.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, and so when you open it, there's just an email in there that has all of when I
got it. Yeah.
Looked in the drive, I couldn't find anything tied to the 2021. So that would just be helpful for the board so that we can research at our own convenience or when we have time. But yeah, thank you to the team for giving us the opportunity to review that. I think it will be helpful for us in the long term to start reviewing that now as we're gearing up for conversations in June, July, August.
And Dr. Cole, can you weigh in on how you feel like this relates to staff capacity and timeline?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was an interesting realization, Director Ramirez, when you asked for the history of this, and it became very clear that there's not a single member of the senior leadership team that was in their roles during this or even had access to any of this information. So I would say, no, we have not gone into this. None of us were here in these roles at this time. I was on senior leadership at the time, but not directly connected to MLO. So I don't even have access to some of these things. So it is a significant lift what you're asking for from us. I totally understand the rationale. I get it. And in talking to community, it has been important. I mean, you see the first slide that we talk about in the MLO is how did we get here? And didn't we just do this? And we talk about the 2021 MLO and what we were able to accomplish, not in the level of detail you're asking for, but in broad brushstrokes. So we know that talking about the 21 MLO is part of the narrative. Our understanding of the detail and nuance that you're asking for will require significant investment. I think even a recent board tracker request for staff demographics that goes back further than our data tracker took probably 10 to 12 hours of staff time just to get to 22 because of the lack of systems and clear data, clean data that goes back this far. So it's going to be a tough balance to manage detail. I mean, I get the why. I would love to have until the end of the school year on this, recognizing that there's no other people than the people that sit in front of you who do this work for you. So, we don't, and they're trying to get budgets passed and get schools staffed. And I get it. It's a lot. An MLO is a lot on staff to take on. So it's important work. We can get to it, but I would ask for at least until the June 10th retreat to be able to make the things you're asking for, which I think I got, and they make a ton of sense.
And I'm sorry, did you say it took 10 to 12 hours for you guys to pull the data on demographics?
On that, like, what was this? Our HR data systems are not clean. And so the ability to pull those reports takes an inordinate amount of time for the way our data systems are sent up. And when you see the strategic priorities around operational excellence and systems integration, it's because the files Amy, I'm speaking for you, but the files that we've inherited are in quite a bit of disarray. And I don't know if there's anything you want to add, Amy. This is your world.
Access to all of the years that you're requesting, and so I'm not totally sure when I will be able to report out on 12 schools times 10 years, but it's labor intensive.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I did see the note regarding the capacity. I'm a little surprised, I will admit, that how far back did we go on the years for demographics? Wasn't it like 20?
It's on the tracker. Yeah, I went back to all of the years that I have access to in the HRIS system.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, I would say like it would be helpful to even go back to 2020, so 2 years, just to see like where we were before the MLO. That would be like my only ask in regards to that board tracker request. I'm open to the board's feedback on if they also think that's relevant. I appreciate the honesty from the team that there's a lot of issues with the system or the lack thereof of systems to help us be able to find this information. I think because we're so focused on systems and course correcting, I would just want to make sure to moving forward that like this becomes a norm for the team that we
Right, but when I'm going back multiple years, and errors are made, it is hard. The cleanup, the data is there, but the cleanup is pretty labor intensive.
Yeah, no, and I totally understand. I'm saying moving forward for like our team,
I understand.
Starting now to the future.
I understand the problem. I am.
Yeah, and I appreciate that work, and I'm so grateful that we're investing time into doing that. And so I don't want us to go back where it's going to become a bigger problem or issue. I think it's good for the board to know that, just for us to be aware. And yeah, I think just from a board, for me as a board member, I think it's just really important that moving forward, we know, starting, 2020, moving forward to now, we're going to at least have good data when it comes to that.
So then,
especially since it's part of our strategic plan.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, our team is from this moment moving forward is able to rebuild systems and clean up data. That just the current data has been a significant uphill battle. So we have yet to tackle previous years and trying to clean up history because we are still buried under the current systems that we're trying to clean up. It just hasn't been, it's we're triaging with limited staff. And I totally wholeheartedly, and I believe confidently, we have the right leaders doing the right work to get the right data moving forward. And I think the accountability that we've brought in with the strategic plan, the data dashboard has strengthened that and strengthened that from this moment, we are going to be tracking these things.
Yeah.
And I think that that's really helped at the board and the community that we have that accountability through the strategic plan. We have absolutely not prioritized going back and cleaning up past data from other people. And we don't really have the time right now. We talked about at one point trying to invest dollars to outsource some of that work, and we just haven't had the capacity to even move that forward.
You guys need a summer intern or something?
We could use a ton. So it's, it's those pieces that I'm just concerned about. The current team building a strong historical context is going to take a ton of forensic research for us.
So with that in mind and the timeline that this MLO conversation is what we're really focusing on, can you really crystallize the goal? Like if they have to triage time and we are like stuck up against budget with not enough people and we need a work session on the MLO and we need to cover, when you walk out of that work session, what would you be carrying or knowing that means we would have met it so people can make sure we're aligning the time?
Well, I mean, again, I think if we can go back even 1 year before the MLO, that would be helpful. 2020, 2021, 21, 22. Just from a perspective of recruitment and retention being part of our language. My hope is that like there's always, unfortunately, historical data that doesn't get passed, as we all know too well, from administration to administration and from board to board. And I think my interest in this is making sure that there is alignment and continuity between not just the teams, but also that we have this information. I think it's really important for us to be able to like talk about, and I expressed this on Tuesday, was like the Deans of Culture and the Learning Acceleration Plan. And, I think that we need to really work through, and as we all know, it seems like it's going to be a harder year in regards to the MLO. So we need to be tight on our narrative on what we did use our money for and what we want to use our taxpayer money for. And so I think for me, the biggest want out of this work session is to have the board and have the district be on the same page in regards to the success of the 2021 MLO, what it did do, where it fell short, if it did, if there are gains from it, whether it pertains to staff, academic achievement, students. I think the Education Opportunity Fund is something that we don't talk about enough. I would love to know how many people actually utilized it. I don't know, I think there are things that we just don't know. We've never had that. We've just never had a work session for it.
Can I suggest that we do that in June? I mean, it sounds like that might be a timeline. And Anna, maybe you could give us an update in May if you're feeling like even June is too soon. But I don't think I think that would still give us enough time. And it sounds like that might be a reasonable data request timeline.
That makes sense to me.
With an update in May, like an opening for you to say that's not working.
I have this now, like I'm taking notes on our exec team agendas at our next meeting, so I can talk through with the team. I mean, this is my initial guess, but I can talk through with the team what that sounds like. And again, June was my initial hit, and see what folks think. And if that sounds doable, to get that level of clarity on the impact of that MLO, so we can dig in.
I do support limiting the history lesson to just the year before at the most, just based on our timeline, knowing that there's work to do for long-term data, but it just doesn't feel like a priority right now. I think the story that we want to be able to tell our constituents and the stakeholders and the taxpayers is, we know this is important. Here's why. Look what it did last time. And if it didn't, well, we need to make sure we're clear on that too. But I think there's a lot of good information to bring forward just from that 2020 year. I don't know that we need to go back any further. Maybe in 2021, because it wasn't actually in place. I don't know, wherever you.
Well, we're saying 2020, right? That's what we're saying.
Yeah, we can say 2020. That makes sense to me.
I mean, 2019 was pandemic, so I don't know how great the data was anyways.
That's what Lindsay's saying, is maybe it makes sense to do 21, because we didn't have the funding until, we didn't get funds in the door until 22, 23.
I know,
So
but
year 21, 22 would be your baseline before we got the MLO funds and.
right, but I think the reasoning for wanting it before is because I would like to see actual investment and growth would
Yeah.
be good for us to know what happened before. Like, where were we? What was our baseline?
And the baseline being recruitment, retention, and you want, sorry, explain, we're almost done here. Maybe I'm just word souping it at this point. I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure that when we send people out, we're going to spend the time that we're really clear on the outcome. You say the baseline of who we hired or who was working for us and how much, maybe what's that baseline?
So the 2020 is specific to this board tracker request regarding the breakdown for the ethnicity of certified teachers in our district over the past 10 years, which is the only board tracker request I made regarding any years before 2022. Okay, and then just one final thing, and I just want to put this on the board's radar too. I'm totally fine pushing it out to June, but I just want to make sure the board is aware and the team is aware that all of us, especially we work year round. I know that, but I just want to make sure there is some level of understanding that, the board tends to travel during the summer. And I think this work session, because there's an investment in time, it'd be really important for us to try to get it done before you call us back for a vote on the language in August.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, thank you all so much. Any other further clarifying questions from staff? Okay. Back to my notes, which I have thoroughly buried in tabs. Let's do a very abbreviated celebrations and updates from staff. That's the next business in order. Director Nimmo, I keep picking on you. I'm going to pick on Director Kuhlenberg. Sorry, I keep looking over at her.
I don't care. I have to go sometime.
Yeah.
I don't think, I don't know. I feel like I was in a lot of meetings last week, but we've gone over all of it throughout this meeting, so I don't think you need any updates from my committee assignments. I will just give a thanks to all of our staff that are out educating our communities on staff health curriculum, and note for all of you that at BES, they had the school counselor up front during conferences, and I checked in with her at that point, and she said 80 to 90% of the comments were people thanking the schools, the district for their work. And so I thought that was another great way to inform parents with printouts of every single lesson at the table right when you walked in the door. So I appreciate the time and effort that took from that team. And then a big thanks to the finance team for us being, Christy's gone. Good for her. Us being where we are at this stage in the season. This is becoming the norm, but this wasn't the norm. And so I'm really grateful. And then to all of you, my fellow female board members, elected officials, in this month of women's appreciation and celebration. So, as my kids would say, who rules the world? Girls.
Director Nimmo.
This is my fun celebration.
What is
it? Riverviews. I went to Riverview we had our Riverview tour. I also did CCS tour. And yeah, so it's been fun to do my tours with a super sweet little girl gave me what? It's fine.
She never got a shirt.
You told me they threw a big party because there was no party for me.
There was an event.
Yeah.
I have not had a shirt.
Thank you
very much. Are so awesome.
You couldn't even get a
I love it there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm trying.
I'm not complaining. I'm happy for you.
You can borrow it. Okay, I'll share it. Yeah, and of course, I'm grateful for all of you and the staff and even the public who care. Who care about what's going on. And I've had lots of conversations with lots of other parents and families and even children, just little things. And I'm getting a lot of very good positive feedback also about the health curriculum.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Director Rafter.
No, excuse me, thank you. Yes, we had the finance committee meeting. I went to the DAC. At Tammy, was that last week? Great turnout, super happy about that. I also just wanted to publicly thank the people of Carbondale who came to the aid and support of my family when we had a crisis a month ago Monday. It was on President's Day, including like we got when we were at Children's Hospital, we received audio messages from the entire fifth grade crew that were so sweet. Every fifth grader in the school sent us messages via crew, and then the whole team at CMS has just been amazing to create like a cocoon of support for my kid and the fifth graders who rode the downtowner from school to our house to drop off goodies. We've just felt the love and the support from that school and the district and the town. The town even gave them a gift card. It was just the best. So it was a warm welcome, and it's good to, when folks are mad at us in public, and these evenings are hard, it's good to also remember just the small town support that we give and that we receive by being members here. And so I'm just eternally grateful to everyone for your support, and especially to CMS and CRES.
Director Ramirez.
Thanks. I just want to say thank you to Director After for stepping in for DAC on the 10th. I really appreciated that last minute. We all got, it was like crazy. Just this, I'm hoping sickness stays away from my family. But thank you to the team. I was able to join classified IBB this morning. Thank you, team, for all of your work on that. I really appreciate being part of that conversation and just listening in. I think it's incredibly important that the board, when able to, is able to attend. So thank you for the opportunity. I did get a chance to go to Latino Advocacy Day on Monday and spend some time trying to get Senator Catlin and Senator Roberts and Representative Velasco and the governor's team to, hear us out in our 1.3 potential loss with the specific ownership tax. I appreciate all of our team's work at being more intentional when we're reaching out to our legislators. And I think it has worked well for our team, for the board, to hear from us when possible, especially when things are not just hard, but when there are issues that affect us directly. And so it was really a good opportunity, I think, for me to not just be there with some of our students. Thank you to Dominic, who took, he took some students from Basalt High School, and then there were 2 students from Gomez Springs, including my kiddo. But I just think it's such a great opportunity to get kids civically engaged and to get us as community members civically engaged. And so thank you to Voces Unidas and Green Latinos for extending that opportunity to meet with our representatives. I just had one thing that I wanted to make sure I also did during public comment. I submitted a board tracker request in regards to the Safe Haven website. I just wanted to make sure that got updated as soon as possible. I think it's important that we do provide that information to families, especially given that there's a lot of conversation in the state right now at the potential of what the next couple of weeks potentially could look like. So I just think we need to be really thoughtful and intentional at providing resources to families. And I appreciate the team's response and, work to make sure that we do all of that in a timely manner. And then just an appreciation for our team for all of our work. I know that, January is technically board member appreciation month. But I think, all of us are moms and wives and do all of the things. And I think it's just incredibly important that this team is able to manage all of our different roles in community, all of the different positions we lead, and still be able to come here and do our job well. And I value the opportunity to be on this board and to serve the public. So I appreciate the team. Thanks.
The photos of you and your kids with all of the elected representatives were adorable.
Oh, thank you.
They were so cute. Yeah, they were all in Bosa's stories on Instagram. So cute. Yeah, I think it's mostly been covered. I've been staying in touch with the CASB Legislative Resolutions Committee. There's just a lot going on at the budget level. There may be a ballot measure that we need to keep our eye on, which will look and sound very similar to the ballot measure that we are considering. It's very different in like structure, but to a lot of voters, it'll look very similar. So it's just something to watch. I also just wanted to name too that other ballot measures have recently been passed, which are aimed at discriminating against trans students in various ways. And I just wanted to make sure that we recognize, as a school district, it's very important that we respect and appreciate our diverse community. And I think that the conversations that we're going to be hearing at the state level, just with those ballot initiatives being present, is really important to keep in mind. It will change some of the tenor of just life for folks who identify in that way. And then I also just wanted to appreciate all of the work that went into parent-teacher conferences. We've already forgotten it was last week, but it was a lot. And the parents who showed up with the potlucks for the teachers, they don't have time either, and they showed up anyway. And again, just noticing that work at the community level, even when the things above us at the state and federal level may feel overwhelming and demoralizing. So thank you, Director After, for centering that experience and just reminding us that we need to support our neighbors and to be a part of those community level schools. And I'm proud to help out in the ways that we can, even though sometimes that feels really far away from the problems that we want to solve in that moment. There is nothing else. I would call this meeting adjourned. The time is 9:17.
Something.